Ta-da! That's alive. That should be working. Let's go over. Let's see if it's actually working. There we go. Copy. That's alive. That should be working. Let's go over. See if it's actually working. There we go. Kid, I'm 26. Let me mute this. Cool. Hi, Cody Ruthko. I hope I pronounced that correctly. That's Amrock. Didn't you watch the Know Your Rocket for it? All right. Wait, can you hear me? Or have I muted myself? No, it should be on. I hope. Oh gosh. No, don't go there. Oh crap, I gotta open up KSP. That'll take a few hours. Alright. How are we all doing this evening? Come on, load, KSP. Oh gosh. Well, it's loading. Problem is if I click off of it, it's gonna go away. Oh, you wanna see my face? Let's do that. Look! Oh my gosh, it's me. Oh, alrighty. According to this, it's 9 people. Ooh. Including myself, so I don't know if that counts. We're waiting for KSP to load because I'm slow. I have mods. And this is just slow. Yeah, the only thing that's new on this computer is the hard drive that I replaced back in February. Everything else is from 2015, so yeah. So how are we all this fine Saturday in August, which doesn't feel like August? How did 2022 go this far? My gosh. How slow? I think it should be. Well, we're up here, so it's going pretty well. Want to see the melted part of my phone? That happened 2 weeks ago. Oh wait, why is the fair use TRW is up? Go away, and that goes away. Oh, my desktop background is 2 space shuttles. It's Columbia and Atlantis. Yeah, so one of these is carrying an astronomy mission that got delayed a lot. So, yeah, so there was one night where they were next to each other, which is really cool. Yeah, I can move myself. See? Yeah. Yeah, I still can't. Yeah, it feels like 2020 was a few weeks ago, and now it's almost the end. It's 3/4 of the way through 2022. So, go. Hello, just the flow, I hope I pronounced that right. It sounds Icelandic. I wonder if it's loaded yet. Oh, it's loaded! Look at that! Oh, you're playing KSP. See, I'm going to try to do flybys of every planet in the system on one mission. That's what I'm going to do. I don't know if it's going to work, but I'm going to try it. That's at least the goal. I don't know. I'm going to suck at this. Okay. Where's my PFA nonce? There it is. Load. I haven't done anything on this yet. Where am I at? Hello, Brickets Vids. Alright. Oh, I turned off KSP noise. Let's turn that on. How do I turn that on? Wait, settings? There we go. I turn it off because I listen to things when I'm working, when I do KSP. I don't like listening to KSP, I'm sorry. So let's turn this up to, I don't know, 50%. Ah, there we go. Try nukes. I don't have any nukes. I have nuclear power, but I don't have... Hey, Face of Sarcasm, I have a question for you. How did the slides look on the Cry for Help? That's a bit loud. In Musk we trust. Sure. Okay, so we need a spacecraft. Greetings, Astro224. We're gonna watch me suffer at KSP. Okay, so this is how I build spacecraft, okay? Don't judge me. Use a big tank. A little bigger. Ah. I'm gonna put xenon in it. You'd have to look at them again. Come on, you should obsessively watch everything I make. Like I don't. Alright, so we'll call this Ulysses, or Odysseus. We'll call it Odysseus. For the character in the Odyssey. Oh, how's the sound? Can you hear me? How's the sound balance? There's no pressure feds except for like maneuvering engines on this thing. About SLS placing... What do you think about NASA placing SLS production under an umbrella company? It's what they did with the shuttle. Oh, gaming volume's too loud. How do I fix that from here? I'll just save and leave. We'll fix that. Give me a second. You're a bit quiet. You're a bit quiet. Settings. There. Go back to making Odysseus. Okay, so what would the delta V for this mission be then? A lot. I was thinking about this earlier today, so I have an idea in my head. Okay, so I'm gonna give this xenon. We only have 186 kilograms of xenon? Oof. What's your prediction for the fate of Astra? Oh, they're screwed. I suspect that the reason they've been failing is because they've skimped out on their electronics testing. And that's what's been causing all their problems. And they can't fix it because they've gone too far. Okay, it's got one engine. It's only 144 meters. Wait, really? Only 100? Oh wait, that's at sea level. This is good. This is xenon, right? I am using electric engines. Wait, so that's 186. Mass ratio is 1.4. I'll build this thing first. Because when I do this with normal propellants, it's about 1 kilometer a second. Yeah. Let's see. Problem is, wait, what's the ISP on this thing? 3690. In fact, yeah, so it's doing the vacuum. Oh, I'll test fly. That's what we'll do. Then, okay, wait. So it needs communication. It's got communication. If I built a bigger, like this. I love tweak scale, okay? Don't judge me. It might be possible to make an S2 SSTO. And then we'll give this RCS thrusters because we're normal. Somebody high thrust maneuvering. Oh wait, I'm also a drop off. I'm not refueling. I'm going all the way. I also want to drop some small sub probes though. Maybe I'll do... You're all just screaming at me, I know. Hello, potentially great. I'll touch the spacecraft on the sides. That's how I'll do this. Okay, first, we need power. What kind of power does this engine need? 15. What did this give? 55. Perfect. Put you there, get a better engine. So this is 110, 59, 30, 300, 200. Oh, darn. This is the best. This is better. Do this one. 1 a.m. stream. Oh, you're over in Europe. That must suck. Okay. Doing flybys or delivering payloads? Both. During the flyby, I'll drop off a payload. That's the plan, at least. But I suck at this, so it's going to be an embarrassment. I was thinking of putting 4 like CubeSat-sized payloads to drop off. They'll put themselves into orbit. In my head, that's what this is going to do. Who's up? Oh, 14 people watching. That's neat. Oh, is the sound good now? Okay, so let's that. Okay. Oh, and I'll put a transfer. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay. I'm thinking out loud. Put some thruster bank here for some maneuverability. Add some tanks on the back. Okay, so we need a thermal management. Scale you down to fit. What do the payloads do? Orbit. I don't know. I was just dropping off little CubeSats. That's all I've gotten. I've been busy. I found so many mistakes in my draft study that I'm just, OTREG study that I'm just, lost mentally. I think I can scale this down, can't I? Yes, I can. Nope. I always do that wrong. Shouldn't you make the payloads first? No, this is the primary spacecraft. This is the primary mission. The payloads will go on top here. It's going to be built kind of like the Japanese Selene spacecraft. Which I should get. Or not. No, I'll click out of this. Said I'll have to put a battery pack. Whatever those are. I don't know where to find it. This is all embarrassing me. Just keep screaming at me. What's wrong with you? Why are you doing it this way? We'll add some science payloads. What's science? Okay, temperature. So we could do some... Are you excited for KSP2? I haven't really been following it. It looks nice, though. Oh, we get a magnetometer, because, magnets. And then... Gravioli detector. Because, we need to know if there's gravity where we're going. Now let's build the payloads. How might I do that? Oh gosh, what are all these parts? I download a mod and nope, that's not it. Where's the part I'm looking for? Where are all these things? Oh jeez. Where's the little guy I like? There we go. Then we'll do this. Toggle snap. And we'll put little decouplers, little cute little decouplers. So we have doing a bit of astronomy. Ooh, what are you looking at? Where's the decoupler? Shrink thee down. Guess I can do that. Payload should go first. Fulfill the massive delta. You have to fulfill the massive delta. But see, I'm just what you call winging it. That's what I'm doing. Because I'm a smart person. Oh, I could add ion. If I add xenon thrusters to it. Again, no notification, but I found it. See, I get notifications when I do it. But I don't know why you don't. I guess it just doesn't like you. That's argon. Like my brain. My brain argon. Wait, isn't there supposed to be an... There it is. There's Saturn and the moon. Ooh. Nice. Look at all the planets. Cool. Okay, so now... And also, these are secondary payloads, just so we're clear. Peasants. The peasant, of course, is my brother, so it's okay, I can mock him. I know where he lives, so... I'll give this a little chemical thrusters. Oh my gosh. Well, I'll figure that out. And we'll give... Where's some fuel tanks? Yay! Everybody does. Ah. There we go. I'll get rid of the shroud. Where's the shroud? Oh, there it is. Okay, so whatever these guys can do, I don't know what they can do. We'll add some, I don't know, solar panels. Oh right, I can't do that. Oh no. Oh no. Don't look too closely at the payloads. Oh no. Oh, this is making it worse. Oh no. Do the proton. I have UR address copied to clipboard. Do the proton. I want to build a Titan 3, I think. I like Titan 3s, I'm really good at those. Wait, how far behind are you? It's only 17 minutes late rather than an hour more. So what are you doing? You're watching me badly build a spacecraft do a flyby of every planet in KSP. The base game, of course, because real solar system would be really impossible. The goal is to have this done in, less than a lifetime. Okay, there we go. That's for aesthetics. Okay, so I need a science experiment to put on this. I'll put these antennas on it. I like these. This is so cool. Look at that. Isn't that cool? Saturn 1 with SRBs? Oh, I could do that. It's tempting. And then I gotta give this thing a battery. That's a really big battery. A little battery. Oh, I gotta give it control. Oh, yeah, it's gotta have controls. There's a little, there we go. That's a little thinner. Miraculous. I had the probe card upside down. Yeah, that would be an issue. I've also accidentally launched myself on retrograde. Like when I was originally playing Kerbal Space Program way back in the day, I would occasionally go into retrograde orbits. Well, what if I put the science experiment there? Oh, this is just politically inflammatory. Average proton fan. Ah, well. What are your thoughts on Russian Angara? It's cool. Yeah. Angara's a neat system. It's a worthy successor to Proton. It's just, unfortunately, it's probably not going to get that many commercial launches in the near future. For, you know, political reasons. Let's give this a little antenna. Or one of these. I don't want to read her paths. Ew. That's cute. Proton's neat, but of course it's toxic. You know, think of all the tweets it says. My gosh. Don't go through its Twitter. Okay. What if I gave these Xenon and made it ion thrusters? Could definitely go a lot farther. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, you. Go away. Little ion thruster. I'm just gonna... Just so they're not as politically inflammatory. Oh. Close enough. Okay, save. Check the staging. Oh, gotta change it to Xenon. Don't want to lose that. Ah, yes. Flybys of all the planets in RSS. Yeah, that would be fun. Yeah, that wouldn't take forever. Okay, so to save Delta V, I'm gonna add a transfer stage to this, kind of like what's on the Bepi Colombo mission. What's the decoupler? What's the decoupler? This guy. There we go. Don't go there. So I'm gonna build another one. Maybe with liquid. So if I do it with a liquid, it's gonna have about 1 kilometer a second of delta V, which I could use for mid-course corrections, and then maybe 1 orbital flyby. I'll do that. Oh, that's too big. Okay, there we go. And then... Oh, I'll add a little... let's leave that. Okay, we'll add a... Yeah, some... Oh gosh, why have so many solar panels? Oh jeez. Not Megalodors, we'll do these guys. Gigantor, no. That. And then we'll add some RCS. Add some add some batteries. I think it's this guy. There we go. Okie dokie, we'll give this an engine. Where is it? Give it this guy. You. There. This will go well, I think. Move you up. Now I'm gonna build a Centaur. Yeah, Centaur will help. Wait, what's the delta V to get places? Should probably figure that out. Okay, from Kerbin to... Should probably go from the outer system in. Oh, of course, the best launch window is 200 days away. Yeah. What's the closest one I can get to? If I go to Moho, I think it's the first window that's open. Yeah, but that's not going to work. I have to fall into the system because it's less... Is that Terrier? Yes. I think that's a Terrier. I don't know the names. I actually don't know the names of these engines. I think it's a Terrier. Yep, it's Terrier. 3-to-1 odds, you make it to the Mun. I've accidentally built SSTOs. Face of sarcasm. Yeah, I think the Terrier is supposed to represent Lundy. So, yeah. Now I use it for a lot of things. Okay. Well, yeah, let's build a Centaur. Ooh. Don't go there. No waterfall? Is it a mod? I don't know what that is, sorry. Okay. Structural, gotta put a payload adapter. That's not a payload adapter. Where's the one I use for payload adapting? I can't find anything. I installed mods and I can't find anything. There it is. There we go. And what do I use for Centaur? This, of course, because you turned it to metal. This is my Centaur. Give it some RL10s. Or well, the equivalent of them. This guy. There we go. I'll add some batteries to that in case it's got a maneuver. Waterfall's a graphics mod. Ah, okay. What do we find in 3.5? Well, see, if you want to build certain things, though, 3.75 and 5 meter mod parts are really good for whatever those are. Like I do. I've built Saturn V replicas for aesthetic purposes. Hit it with a hammer? No. No, that's Atlas. You can hit Atlas with a hammer. Centaur, I don't think you can. Okay, for now, for some maneuvering capabilities, give it some thrusters. And for power, in case you need it, give it a fuel cell, which totally Centaur doesn't have. And now we build the Titan 3, I think. Because I think a Titan 3 can get you anywhere in the system. What should I use? I'll use this guy. Where's... There we go. What are we doing? I'm late. I'm gonna do a flyby of every planet in the Kerbal system, stock KSP system, with this spacecraft, which is really how big and heavy is it? Okay, this is big. How heavy is this thing? 6 tons. Long duration Centaur. Oh yeah, it could be like ACES, because they were planning what's called integrated vehicle fluids, which would use boil off to power the spacecraft and use it for maneuvering. It's really interesting. I looked at using that for my propellant resupply system for Mars missions, but we got away from liquid hydrogen because liquid hydrogen is scary. 2.75. Like this. Oh, uh-oh. Wait, will it fit? Why can't I place the oh gosh. There. Reduce my load times. I don't know how you do that. I just wait. Clamshell on. High ejection force. Oh, come on. Let's go with the Titan. I have to... Oh, if this doesn't work, I'll go with that. That looks like... it all fits. Great. Where's the strut? Gotta put some struts in. Otherwise, this thing's gonna wiggle. There we go. Let's put some more struts in. There we go. Looks just... good. Just to make sure that the dish doesn't wiggle too much. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've heard that, ACES kind of became... Yeah, Centaur is now the new ACES. Okay, so I've discovered that the best way to build... Okay, what do I use for that? I use... What tank do I think I use this tank and I shrink it because I'm just a heathen. No, auto-struck, I don't know what that is. Aesthetics matters a lot to me, okay? I'm gonna make this aesthetically pleasing. I think it's this one. No, this one I like. Auto-strike equals cheating. 24 and add mass up. I don't pay attention to that part. I just do. You're gonna judge me for this, but I've built this successfully on my own. Gotta move this up. Save. Auto start equals. Yeah, but here's the thing. Does this look sane to you? Does any part of this feel sane? 'Cause it doesn't for me. Then we gotta add a boat tail. Add a. And don't worry, I'm gonna make sure everything's all staged properly once we get there. Why are you? There we go. Okay. Why do we get? Yeah. If you're not going, just for. Oh. Man's using tweak scale. Yes, I am using tweak scale because look, this looks better. Okay, this looks more Titan-ish. Okay, don't judge me for that. I normally use these boosters. Gotta line them up. Ah, go higher. Ah, higher. Come on, go a little higher. There we go. I am still using stock like a filthy casual, yes. And it's gotta be, it's Titan, we gotta go, you know, this one. Aerodynamics, where's the stack separator? There we go. Where's that? Okay, there's that. Okay, so now we're gonna move you to there. You go down here. Yes, it is a Titan replica. It's supposed to be Titan 3E-ish with a Titan 4 payload fairing, I guess. Let's add some struts, because, you know, don't want to lose this thing. What? Which way to reload? I don't know. I know I look like I know about computers. I don't. All I could do was get BDB. I'll see what I can do. RGB lights, no. No RGB lights. This is safe. It's only filled with stuff that gives you cancer and like a neurotoxin. Okay? Okay, so this thing weighs 196 metric tons at liftoff. Which means, so 196 times 9.81, so thrusting, so that's 1923. What's that related to the ones I put on? Okay, these SRBs have 2215, so divided by 2215. This should be operating at about 50% thrust. There we go. Okay, so got stage 1, engines. Stage 1.5, separation motors. Stage, yes. Separation. Got you. Centaur. Centaur. Transfer stage engine. Spacecraft engine, payloads. Okay, let's put some struts on. Let's, Okay. This is gonna end badly. Neurotoxin. I think NTO is, I think, a nerve agent. Or a chemical, it's a chemical weapon. I was impressed. Oh, that's sad. Got recommended you're criticizing Starship reviews. Was impressed and also quite shocked to find someone on YouTube talk about Starship Plot treats SpaceX marketing materials as fact. Oh, thanks. At least it wasn't my most popular video, which is I'm not the most proud of. I've thought about revisiting it, but I don't want to. Yeah, Titans are cool. It's just, you know. Okay. Wait, I can't launch this. I don't have a window. Oops. I gotta wait about a year. Oh, why does my hair look like that? I was just looking at myself, and I have a laptop here, watching myself. Open up some of my gamer fluid. Ah. You know, The Hunt for Red October is on Netflix. You could be watching that right now. Okay. Wow, that's a big payload fairing. But I do have that. I don't know what that is. Okay. So the problem is the ELU window is in about a year. So I gotta wait 213 days. What's my L? Wait. Leave it on the pad. That's what I do. I have to wait 213 days. So I'll just recover vessel. I'll launch something. I'll launch a secondary. I don't know. Okay, so I'm gonna roll it back. It's for a vibrations fit check. That's what we're doing. That was a rollout. It's kind of like SLS, right? So let's time warp to. Okay. So we gotta wait so long for the ELU window. It's exceedingly ugly. That is based off Titan 3, and Titan 3 is cool. Wait, I gotta check when the window actually is open. When's that window open? It's ELU. Plot it. Okay, so that's... Okay, we don't want to do that one. Two. Plot it. Okay, so that's on day 246. Okay, when's the Jewel? Let's go to Jewel first. Jewel's cool. Okay, next window's a lot closer. 217. Okay. Yeah, well, see, yeah, it's weird how things, like, coincide. You learn about something, you keep hearing about it. It's an actual effect. Yeah, Titan 4A is pretty cool, too. To ignore the lead and asbestos. Yeah. Who needs that? If lead was poisonous, why would it taste so sweet? Okay? Just watch the slow progression of the cosmos. It's beautiful, isn't it? Wait, can I just skip ahead to a day? Oh, I don't know how to do that. Oh well. Well, I'll keep going. Whee! Wait, I just... Slow progression of the cosmos. Wonderful, isn't it? Yeah, well, you know, it was Cassini, so, you know, Cassini's a good payload. 217, so 100 more days. Well, yeah, because Titan 4 was originally the shuttle complementary expendable launch vehicle, which I will be talking about in a future Know Your Rocket, like 3 years. There we go, we're in the window. Okay, we'll do that. Diborane. I'm going to drink some lead, snack on asbestos if he doesn't launch soon. Can you stream Artemis 1? I cannot stream Artemis 1 because that's at like 7:33 in the morning for me. And it's a work day for me, so. Let's see, what was that? Diborane? So I can't stream Artemis 1 because it's on work days. I've got a big boy job. The time it would take to get that all to work is, I'm gonna try to get to Artemis 2 and actually visit it. Why did Casino lose Titan 4? Because Titan 4 could toss it. I think it might have been rated for nuclear payloads as well. So, okay, launch this pig. Well, the video was popular. Well received is in the eye of the beholder. A Saturn... yes. The Artemis 1 windows are the 29th, which is a Tuesday, and then September 2nd, and then September 6th or 5th. And it's inconvenient for me, because of course it is. Because everything revolves around me, you know. Okay. We have liftoff of Odysseus going to a lot of places. The grand tour of the Kerbal system. I can't think of announcer things to say. That is a mighty ugly rocket. It looks like the GoldenEye mod. It makes their heads big. I need bigger thrust. It just doesn't look right. Amazon's gonna buy Roomba? Great, now they know where you live, and now they can map out your house. Amazing. I don't know how to use it though. Here's the thing, I don't know how to use these things. I just download it with CCAN. Okay, when the main engine start. Oh, doing some atmospheric effects. Got some max Q going on here. Stage separation. Throttle up. Okay, we're gonna try to pitch over to try to get ourselves to a parking orbit. Oh, we're cooking. Yes. Yeah, don't try to avoid buying smart things. They're not actually smart. They're stuff that can hack into you, and if they break, you're screwed. Right? Why does my refrigerator need to connect to the internet? You know? Switch over. Oh, it's wiggly. The LR-87 could run on LOX kerosene, LOX hydrogen, some modifications to pump assembly. I Boosters count as a stage or they just boosters? Depends on who you ask. For Titan, no. They're just boosters, or stage 0. And stage 1 is this. Put in this. So you can order groceries and alcohol you might need. Yeah, but the problem is it'll always pick Amazon brand, you know? And it'll be able to predict what you like. I don't like that. Okay, stage 1 burnout. Stage 2 separation and ignition. Okay, we'll do payload fairing separation. This is the moment of truth. Oh, clean separation. And it's gonna, oh, this is gonna go to orbit, all right. Huntsville, do you work for Airjet Rocketdyne? I don't. I'm a contractor for the Army. But don't tell anyone that. I'm gonna get my master's degree. Don't tell anyone who I work with this. My goal is to eventually get into the actual space side of the industry. Whee! So this spacecraft itself weighs about 6.2 metric tons, which means my Titan can toss it to anywhere. Okay, I'm gonna try to make this thing burn out. Okay, and we're gonna. Okay, yeah, we're gonna stage separate there. Stage 2 burnout, separation. Yeah. So we got the Centaur ignition, and we'll shut it down. Just to separate, so they don't hit each other. Start the fuel cell. There's ablative nozzle extensions versus radiative. Radiative is lighter, but depending on what your engine's doing, it'll melt. Unfortunately, no outer 191. Yeah. Alright, so we're going to do orbital insertion to put ourselves into a parking orbit. Which is not how real spacecraft do it, of course, but this is what we're stuck with. Back in April, full screen on buildings with General Dynamics. Oh yeah, it was great. Did you did you go on what's the business circle? They got everybody. When I'm actually working, if I ever go back to the office, I work right next to Marshall Space Flight Center. The ISS research building's right next to me, right across the street. That's as far as I'm going to tell you, of course, but. Oh, did you go to the Space and Rocket Center, I hope? That's a cool place. I haven't been there in a few years. I know they have a mock-up of the national team lander. 16 hours. You see... so 16 hours. See, the fastest it's ever taken me to get from here, my house, to where I grew up, is 14 hours. I left at 5:30 a.m., 5:38 a.m., and I got there at 7:30 p.m. Oh, sure you were. You're gonna put Space YouTuber on your job application? I'm gonna have to, because that means I'm a public figure, bit of a public figure, and in case I talk about something that is relevant. I'm gonna have to put in the application, especially if it's something like Blue Origin. I'll have to talk. I'll have to tell them just out of professional, disclosure. Because they don't want me to accidentally leak anything. So, okay, 16-second burn time. We're going to Starlink and destroy it. Counts as a lawsuit. T-minus 10. There we go. So we're doing our circularization burn. There we go. pintle injector in a linear arrow spike would be long rectangular shape? I'm not sure. I don't think anyone's talked about putting pintles in arrow spikes. I think it's two different design mindsets. Okay, so now let's do the jewel burn. Plot it. Two, three. Okay. Show ejection angles. Oh, look at that! I'm coming up on it. Okay, get jewel. Set target. Yeah, you probably need multiple injector elements. Guess what most of them are. They're just kind of clusters of engines. Okay, so we go to jewel. Oh, it's gonna be a long ride. Okay. So that's how it's gonna be. Okay. We can do a mid. Oh, it's not gonna give us the right angle. Okay, we'll do a mid-course correction to we'll do mid-course correction. There's a sequel to this game. Depends on how you do it. Multiple combustion chambers, multiple engines, multiple injectors. Yeah, you can dig up the old designs for them. There's so many you can find on NTRS. Am I near the burn? No, good. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do this burn. I'm gonna do a correction burn so I can get it to fly by properly. Yeah, I don't know what the status of KSP2 is. I know they announced it, but I think the pandemic kind of moved things around. Ugh. This is going to be a disaster, just so you know. This mission is this is going to end in disaster. Is this the right fuel? Good. There's an observatory in Montesano. I gotta go there now. I took a walk downtown about 2 months ago. It was really nice. This mission with crew back. Well, it depends. For KSP2, it depends on if this computer can handle it, which is a bit of an issue. 1.5 minutes. Okay, let's do 30 seconds. Okay, now we're doing the ejection burn. TJI, trans-jewel injection. I do like the look of the exhaust. Yep, we're going to do a graph system of Joule to Elu, then from Elu to probably Dres. Then I'm going to try to figure out what to do in the inner system. Because, you know, I don't need that anymore. I've been doing this for an hour? Oh my gosh. Gosh, I don't know about that. Ugh. A little more about the town I live in. Oh, good. I hope KSP2 is better optimized. Oh gosh. I used to fling myself. Yeah, that's the plan. Those look lovely. Pressurization have to be nitrogen. you have to use, the thing is nitrogen is that it's inert. That's the benefit of nitrogen, is that if anything goes wrong, you'll just, die. But, the problem, so I think, was it, Aquarius was going to use hydrogen for tank pressurization of the liquid oxygen tank, but the problem is a single photon would ignite it. You could also use helium, but helium's expensive for tank pressurization. The thing with helium is that it's expensive. Ooh, what's Ilofar? Yeah, the closest thing to an actual space hardware was when I was 4 years ago when I saw the ICPS in person and the two last multi-purpose logistics modules being modified for Gateway. So yeah, but helium's expensive. Look at this thing, it can do such great throttling. Yeah, there's a lot of these. Watch your language with Belgium there. Watch your language. Okay, so we got ourselves on a trans-joule injection. Now we do a course correction burn to fling ourselves out to ELU. Or at least get ourselves in a position where we could do an ELU injection burn. Okay, so we'll do a burnout, I don't know, here. 20 minutes, okay. Now we gotta make it so we get flung out. We won't end up on, wait, what's our transfer? On this orbit, we gotta try to get there. Oh crap. Well, I can always go. Oh, cool. Belgium, you guys know what you did in the Congo. Or I could do a course correction, mid-course correction somewhere around over here. Because right now this is a non-optimal trajectory to get to, or I could do it to fly by Eve and use Eve to get to ELU. Ooh, RZ2, nice. That's right, but no. Oh, there's also Tridyne, which uses oxygen and hydrogen and helium. They burn the oxygen and hydrogen, and it heats up the helium. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. If we could burn out here, 4 hours. See, Centaur can survive that. So I use maybe something like this, and then, okay, so that's the problem with my trajectories. It's going to toss me back into the inner system. If I do this, it's going to put me at a weird angle, which I don't like. If I do this, I'm just going to inject it into ELU. If it was, why don't I know about it? I forgot to talk about it with the AMROC Know Your Rocket. That's why. Okay, how do I get there? Okay, so what if I did an E-flyby instead? So if I maneuver it so I can, yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, you're not going to use nitrogen for a hydrogen system. But if you're using something like, I don't know, nitric acid, nitrogen might be a bit better. Okay, so we'll do it over here. So you could... I just suck at this. See, this is the benefit of watching these things. You get to watch me suck. I'll do maneuver at Jewel. Oh, let's separate from the Centaur. Let's see what happens. Get ready to get mad at me. Whee. Okay, let's unfurl the solar array for the transfer stage. Okay, so now we're gonna head to Jewel. So Jewel's there. So we want to make Elu our target. There's a KEKK route? Huh. I'm just gonna... So I do maneuver here in 33 days. That's beyond what this engine can do. Okay, it's got, what, 8... Ah! Okay, maybe if I do... This is gonna... You ever see a Know Your Rock on Copenhagen's Immortals? I'm gonna talk about that when I do, Can You DIY a Mercury Atlas in October. So this is gonna end in such... Okay, so we do a maneuver to get closer into Jewel. Not 5 years. Okay, we'll do maneuver in 104 days. Oh. Actually, what I'm doing is a personal thing I'm doing. A Space Probe I built's actually going to do that. It's going to do a flyby. Okay, so we do that. Oh, good. We can build Ulysses. I fly by the other way. Okay, keep it in plane. Okay, what's the plane for Elu? It's gonna toss. Yeah. Okay. If I do Eve, where's Eve when I get by? If I do a flyby of Eve, can I do a flyby Eve? No. Dang. But I can get close to Elu. I suck at this. Next year's December video? Yes, it's called The Problem with Pro Space. It's, Oh, okay, we'll just get tossed out of the system then. You think this will... Yeah, that's a good mission. Oh, God, I suck at this. Ooh, what's that? What was that? Did I miss a mission? There we go. Well, the answer for DIY Mercury Atlas is you have to have a really big wallet for that. So that's another Jewel encounter, right? Is that Jewel? Yeah, another Jewel flyby. Okay. So I get a different angle of approach to this, right? When I pop in. Oh, this is misery. Oh God, Arca. Yeah, Arca's gonna be a bit of a nightmare. Okay, so. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh, it was just there. Okay, so that's my maneuver. We'll warp to that. Okay, so we're gonna warp to this maneuver. Yeah, need a big wallet for any of this. I should not have set my air conditioning to 80 degrees. Maybe not spin launch. Well, you gotta be able to fly on it, that's the problem. Spin launch is interesting. I was originally going to talk about spin launch this year, but then the hard drive failed, and then I just kind of, you know, couldn't do anything for a while. What do I do what? Okay, so the burn is in 4 days. Yeah, well, here's the thing. I spent June 2020 without air conditioning. The worst it got was 88 degrees in the apartment, which is fun. But when my air conditioning failed 2 weeks ago, it got to 92 at night. So, let's see, thoughts on Angry Astronaut. He's getting a video response one of these next year. It was going to be this year, but, you know. Spin launch, arc accommodation. Okay, that's what you do. You use aerodynamic heat, aerothermal heating to make steam in your engine, right? And then that steam propels it to orbit. What do I look like? I look like an actor? The only person I know I look a lot alike is my grandpa. I don't know what Angry... I haven't actually been following Angry. I kind of avoid these people now. Yeah, I've covered him a few times here. Let's see. I know Angry Astronaut interrupted a discussion on a new lunar lander to rant about SLS in public. So ooh, that sucks. Yeah, the bedroom I had in the house I grew up in, my bed was in the corner. And I didn't realize this at the time, but the insulation there was not that good. So it got nice and chilly in the winter. Okay, so 6 seconds before... 6 second burn, so 3 seconds before the burn. That's the... Yeah, when I talk about spin launch... Because I'm going to talk about Radian and spin launch, because I talked about them each, like, a week before they actually announced something. Wait, when? Yeah, on live streams I've shouted at Angry Astronaut, so I got angry too. Okay, 7, 6, 5, 4. The engine's not on. That would help. They got angry over space, and this is what I want to talk about actually in the problem with Pro Space, is that for the Musk cult, it's their religion now. They've abandoned, you know, conventional like evangelical Christianity, and they've replaced it with this. Damaging my health. I know it's bad to say inside your echo chamber. I'm supposed to be in a bad mood for the rest of the day. Yeah, they put me in a bad mood too. Yeah, trust me, whenever I write a script to some of these things, it's just, why are you saying this? Yeah, Arcospace, or the Eco Rocket Heavy. It's, oh no, Trag. That's what I call it. Okay, so we're gonna do a flyby. So now we've put ourselves in a position to fly by Joule. Now we're gonna do a correction so that they'll actually hit Elu. Okay, wait, no, that's the wrong button. Set a target. Okay, so we're gonna do a good pass through here. So I'm gonna see if I can maybe 3 years. Jeez. Okay, so how do I? Okay, that's the wrong way. So not gonna get closer. I'm probably adding speed to it, raising the apogee. Yep. So if I do, so I'm now moving the apogee. Okay, we're getting close. Nope. Okay. Oh, yes! I have an Elu encounter. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, look at that. So I'll dump off one of my payloads when I enter Joule orbit, not enter Joule orbit, but do my burn. Constellation Gateway. Yeah, Gateway's cool. Well, this December you'll learn about a better OTRAG, unless you're one of the volunteers who looked at the design study I just sent out today. Which, yeah, if you're watching it, check your email. I've sent it out. Okay, look at this. 37 meters a second. I didn't even need the transfer stage. This is amazing. Okay, let's warp to here. Where's the maneuver? Let's warp here. Look at him come. There he goes. Wait, let's see. It's not unsafe. Oh yeah, because I think the analysis was done on the wrong SRB. So, yes, yep, it should be in your email. I replied to your email when you sent it to me. So yeah, you should have it. It's got a correction page because I discovered I made 2 major mistakes in my analysis, which is fun. I think everyone could got Ares 1, Ares 5 work if they had the funding. So, the biggest problem with all these programs is funding. Oh no, do I have enough signal to talk to this thing? Uh-oh. Okay. We're auto warp okay, time warp canceled. I gotta go back to the Space Center and... Okay, so we go back to the Space Center. Space Center. Okay, we're gonna launch I gotta launch a communication satellite to talk to this thing. I just realized that. Yeah. That's the kind of the problem with Ares 1 is just they're trying to Orion was supposed to be kind of like Apollo 2.0, but the problem was Apollo was originally meant to be a LEO taxi, and then it was turned into a moon ship. So yeah, I need signal for this thing to work. So I need to put up a communication satellite. Well, but see, it's fun to have another rocket made of an SRB. So, this mission of my space probe, we're gonna fly by every planet in the system and drop off some spacecraft along the way. Okay, so we're gonna do a new one. Oh gosh. Building launch vehicles is fun. So we'll make this, okay, wait, so I'm gonna use, not this guy. Oh wait, we could use one of the big ones. Yeah, we could use one of these. This is the big one? Yes. So this is where we're gonna launch. Which is the big one? Or is this the big one? One second. Wait, what's the range? 5T, 100G. No! You! Bad, we're gonna use this guy. Yeah. Okay, so let's build a small launch vehicle. What's a good tank we can use? Here's the thing. All solids take forever to work. Because I get the calculator out and then I go, ape, try to fix things. We'll just build a completely normal rocket. Where's a good second stage engine? Where's the one I normally use? What do I use for any of these things? Oh, this is case power discard. SLS Prius LFB took a stick. Yeah, you could do that too. Okay, we'll use this guy. No, don't. You just stick under there. It's there. Oh, put a stack separator. Can we get the right color? Okay. Aesthetics matters. There. Good enough. Gray shout. See, look at that. Yeah, that's the funny thing with SLS is everyone's mad at it for using shuttle parts. They go, oh, it's too expensive. Then, okay, let's build a clean sheet version then. No! Why are you not using space shuttle parts? It's just a no-win scenario. Is there a gray one of these? I'll use this one. Again, I'm doing aesthetics more than... let's see. What's the motor I normally use? Ah, here we go. We'll do payload fairing. Not you. Here we go. This looks like an Atlas, but it's not. There we go. Put a payload attach fitting. Oh wait, does my payload even fit? I can make it fit. Where's the thing? I use these. There. Jeez. Sorry, I'm just pedantic about these things, okay? Well, it's... yeah. Well, the, you know... Now I'm just launching a small communication satellite to LKO. That's all I'm doing. Nothing major, nothing too big. Where's my one plane? There we go. That's too big. And I said Starship would have launched less. Well, yeah. See, I have an emotional connection to the to RS-25s. But it's not, you know, but it's a more practical one. I need to use you. You're amazing. What are the tanks I use? Oh, jeez, this is embarrassing. Everything I do is embarrassing. That's not good enough. He needs to have maneuvering capabilities. Lame. People don't care. Yeah. There are S-25s in museums. Yes, there are. There's plenty of them. Let's do this. Okay, let's do a satellite control. It's the right size. There we go. That's the control bus. Gold foil, communications. Use this big chungus. Oh, it fits. Oh yes. Does it? Please. Oh yeah, it fits. Oh yeah. I shouldn't be growling like that. I'm on a list again. And you took a picture. You thief! Why'd you take pictures of these things? And these need power. Oh, I need to put an antenna on it. What? No, you're supposed to be talking to it. There we go. Gonna put RCS and then controls, and then we'll be good. Well, by RCS like that. There's a Starship good, SLS bad. DC Soft Discovery. Ooh, that sounds like fun. That actually sounds. I want to go to DC again. Last time I was there was for the close-up trip as a thing for my political science class in high school. Paul Ryan walked right by me. I discovered there was metal in my shoes. These RS-25s, once I created RS-25s off the bat. Oh, wait, I gotta name this. We'll name this... What's the name of something for communication? I don't know. We'll call this... we'll call it Liberty. Liberty. Name the rocket Liberty, the payload to be... okay, oh, wait, I gotta do... Points. Go. Okay. You. There. You. There. You. There. Cool. It is a large antenna. Yeah. The thing is, if you wanted to launch SLS now versus a few years down the line, which is why building a brand new clean sheet SLS would have taken a long time, because you'd have to build new engines. So we'd still be waiting for them for the first stage. Okay, let's launch a communication satellite. I just guessed. Oh gosh. Yeah, they'll still have similar aesthetics just because they're made, they have the cooling channels and all that fun stuff. But yeah, they'll look a bit different. Powerhead's gonna look, yeah, it's because they only have to fire, qualification tests and then, starts, and he's, aborts, and that's about it. And then, a flight. Yeah, that's the other thing is you don't have to, yeah, because you don't have to maintain them now. You just gotta blow them up. Okay, I gotta throttle down. Oh, don't lose control. Please don't lose control. I just built you. I don't want to lose control just yet. Whee! Oh, this thing's going really fast. Throttle down again. Raptor, it's not. I don't think it's a scam. It's just, yeah. So they just rushed Raptor 1 development. That's it. SpaceX, because the thing is, SpaceX is trying to rush this thing into operation because they think, because they see, yeah, because I think SpaceX seems to think that if Starship doesn't, because they're burning a lot of money in Starship development, so. Yeah. Pitch over again. Oh wait, payload fairing separation will be after state. It's not an SSTO, thank God. Should start with the Block 1B. The thing is, the building a Falcon Heavy ICPS would have cost like a billion at least, because you'd have to rebuild the second stage of Falcon Heavy. You have to redo all the aerodynamics, all the controls. You have to man rate Falcon Heavy, which is just something Musk isn't interested in. You just spend so much money making that happen. It's just not practical. That Falcon Heavy ICPS thing was just meant to scare Boeing into finishing SLS. Okay, so stage 1 burnout. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm gonna watch this on my own stream to see this thing. That was all part of the plan, folks. What happened? Did I stage this wrong? I think I staged it wrong. Yeah, I've heard that the new Starlinks are just like 7 meters long and they weigh like 2 tons. Okay, so what happened? Ah, yep, staging's wrong. It's supposed to be that one. So I staged the payload and it destroyed it. Okay, so I fixed it. We'll try this one again. I staged it wrong. Oh, see, if I was going to build a fully reusable system, I'd build DH1. And I wouldn't be using full stage combustion engines. I would use probably use standard, So again, I just go DH1. Though I'd probably make a pressure fed first stage just because I'm a loser. Excellent work on my part. Whee! Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, so I think SpaceX is trying to get Starlink out of the going before regulators catch up to them. That's my honest opinion. Alright. Probably gonna throttle down maneuver. That is quite true. I've thought about making a mod. Thought about doing a KSP mod for all the old like BDB studies, but I don't know how to make mods, so. Oh, and for Starship testing, I think they've all decided that one of the reasons their tests fail so spectacular is that they just avoid doing computer simulations for whatever reason. Musk might hate them, I don't know. Oh, I gotta throttle down a little bit more. So, yeah, so they're trying to do iterative testing, but they failed at welding, you know, during the initial stuff. It's like, okay, well, are you really serious? What's the pitch authority meter? Oh, I don't know what any of these things mean. Oh, yeah, I'm just gonna keep going. Okay, okay, moment of truth. Okay, stage 1 burnout, stage 1 separation, stage 2 ignition. Throttle up. And then oh no, oh no, oh no, we have an Athena 2, or an Athena 1. No, God. Oh no, it's gonna take out a solar array. There we go. Okay, so to put this, I don't know, how much do, oh no, okay. We'll put you here. Cool. Oh, this guy. Oh, I just know what this was. Yeah, I suck. Okay, so now we got into orbit. Oh, sort of. No, come on, let me do... There we go. Okay. Yeah, it's an overpowered system, but I just need this to get my... we don't know what the welding failure... Again, we don't know what Starship failures are. We can guess that they're welding failures. Oh, yes, high G-forces on this thing. And we're in orbit. Cool. Okay, I have spacecraft separation. I'm going to do some avoidance maneuvers. Or not. Or just spin around, I guess. Try to get away from this. Ah, well. And we're gonna open up solar arrays. Turn off RCS. And vessel, what should we call it? We'll call this PlanetCom. let's see if this fixes our problem, and then we'll deorbit the second stage. Future post Musk. Oh, I can see. Here's the thing. I can see a future for them without Elon. It's not going to be the big, bright, happy one, but where'd it go? Okay, my payload still exists. Yeah, there is a potential future for it post Musk. It's not going to be the flashy, exciting, we're going to save the world, go to colonize Mars thing. It's going to be we'll provide satellite, internet, defense contracting, payloads and that sort of thing. They'll scale back a Starlink. They'll still do commercial launches because Falcon 9 is pretty successful. It's just, with Musk they're doing silly things. So let's go back to Odysseus. Get my gamer fluid. You do an asteroid intercept. I can't do that. I suck at rendezvous and docking. And it still sucks at communication. Oh no. Why are you not talking to that? Is that not a... Wait. Did I do... Uh-oh. Let's go ahead of date. Okay, let's... I may have done this wrong. I may have used the wrong parts. ULA2 was... Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I've heard colloquial things about SpaceX and the way they work. It's all not colloquial. That's different. I've heard, what's the word I'm looking for? I've heard people talk about this, nothing official or confirmed. So let's see what I did wrong. I think these antennas might not be the right ones. Direct. They're reflectors, so why aren't you talking to it? Oh yeah, I just graduated college and I know everything people. Yeah, we all know them. Just from junior year to their first real job, they think they know everything. Yeah, that's anecdotal. Anecdotal, rumors, one of those two. Okay, so I'm gonna launch up another antenna, but it's gonna be this, not this guy. It's gonna be, this guy. Oh no, it doesn't fit. Well, there was this. Yeah, that's the thing. I think it was a reflector. I don't think it was a relay. That's a reflector. But it's not a relay. I think this can be a relay. Wait, what's a relay? What's some relays? These relays? Pluggable reflectors. No, I don't know how to use any of these. This is a relay. Wait. Does it have a bigger engine, lower ISP? No. It doesn't lower it, it's just... Oh gosh, I don't know how to use these. I just use them for aesthetic purposes. This is a relay, 500 meters. What's this one do? 15G, 100G. There we go. Let's use this. Okay, fix my staging. Yeah, that's the other thing about this is they're a private company, so we'll never really know. I change space. Oh, that's bad. Okay, we'll launch this up just to see. I'm gonna launch a relay antenna now, so. Well, having a good, good night? Is that GN? Good night, potentially great. Let's see if I go to a more polar orbit. I don't want to do that. Yeah, so this mission to talk to all the with doing all this is a disaster so far. I haven't made it to Jewel yet. Yeah, the biggest problem with COTS is you'll never be able to find any schematics of these things. Well, it won't be deleted, it'll just be put in storage. And it's be marked proprietary, so you can't look at it. Trust me, I work with proprietary information. It just gets stored. Yeah. Oh yeah, this build giant single nozzle engine. Yeah, 80 million pounds of thrust. That's gonna be easy to make. Let's pitch over. Whee! Oh gosh. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, it's the thing I forgot to put in criticizing Starship Part 3. I thought Raptor 1 melted the chamber, and that's just due to chamber pressure mostly. Because they just have it at such an ungodly high pressure that it's just an. Hello, what's the mission? Well, right now I'm going to establish communications with the spacecraft that's going to fly by every planet in the Kerbal system. Well, again, yeah, so if they were to do this, but it would be proprietary. It won't be available to the public. It'll be proprietary and under that kind of thing. Whee! Yeah, they've had plenty of that. Oh, jeez. So we're in first stage burnout. Eventually, we'll get there. And then we'll get back to the mission. This is going so well, isn't it? It's so exciting. Oh no, the payload fairing won't separate again. Okay, we'll just go, we'll get ourselves into sort of orbit. How high are we going? Pitch up. We'll be fine. Okay, so we'll make it so we'll get into space, and then we'll jettison the fairing. That everybody doesn't have any real information. Film cooling. I know. The same thing with design of modern propulsion. Yeah. Modern engineering. Yeah, it's still proprietary. It's under, again, this applies to other stuff too. Right, like plane crashes. Yeah, they're public investigations, but you don't get to know all the details. Well, the version I have is from 1992, so it's been updated. Okay, so I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna dump the payload fairing. Don't destroy the okay. It bounced off the dish. The Congress wants to fly minimum 2 SLS flights per year. Wait, SLS launcher lander blast. Yeah, see, that's the thing I thought we should have done instead of HLS. Is save HLS for, you know, later, and instead do an SLS lander first. This I'll just burn until... Oh wow, that stage can do a lot. Go there. Oh, it's gonna hit the moon though. I'll go back. I'll go back. Go back. Where's? Oh gosh. Go back. Go back. Don't. No. Let's go there. You're broke? Oh, I see. Four, three. They could probably. You can find PDFs of that. I always find it because I keep looking for things and then. Whee! Yeah. Well, the problem is the payload fairing didn't separate last time. Half of it didn't separate, so I nearly lost the spacecraft. Oh yeah, they would. I think the Mars blog guy talked about storming the FAA if they didn't get environmental approval. Because, you know, that's what rational people do. Okay, so now we should hopefully have communications with... Energy, good. Okay, we'll separate the spacecraft. Where'd it go? Oh gosh, I can't see anything. We'll leave the stage in orbit because why not? Okay. Extend you. Control from here. Name vessel, PlanetCom 2. Accept. Push you to a higher orbit. That's true. There are other landers in the works, yeah. Okay, so okay, so hopefully this is going to connect to Ulysses. Or Odysseus, not Ulysses. If not, well, we'll hope this works. I see why. Boeing has no involvement in the national team. It's that was Blue Origin, Northrop, and Lockheed. So, okay, let's get back to control. Make sure we're right control from here. Nope. What's it talking? It's still talking to KS. I don't know. Or is it because? I don't know. Well, let's just hope this thing can survive. 3 years. Yeah. Well, the problem is Starship is just predicated on a lot of things that, you know. Yeah. Oh, that's why it's... Oh, I think that's the MUN blocking out communications. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is not good. Yeah, I've seen the plans for that. Yeah, there's renders you can find of it. Well, this will be a short mission. I kind of like the orange, though. It looks nice. Yeah. That's the problem with Odysseus. It needs a... It doesn't... No one has payphones anymore. Hi, Stink Pickle 4000. Oh, no, well, I read the Appendix H decision, the legal argument from the lawsuit, and that's kind of what really settled in. Suggested tundra. Yeah. Okay. So I want to build another vehicle because I've lost control. Yeah. I'll do a tundra orbit for one. I'll get my Titan going. Big old orbit. Yeah. I think Dynetics solved their problem. It's true. Okay, so we're open up Odysseus, right? Yes, I know. Okay, open. Please open. Okay, so we call this Titan 3. Save. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take this, put it over here. Take this, throw it in the garbage. We'll make this, that, good, that's the correct size. This, get rid of it. Take this. Where's the, gosh dang, where's the thing I use? I'm obsessed with aesthetics, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll send, yeah, communication satellite behind it, that'd be fun. Okay, so do, oh wait, I have a payload fairing. Delete the fairing for now. Go to you. It gives this a boost module. No, not you. Not you. Where's the tank I use? This it. Okay, that's good enough. Then we're gonna give it some pressure feds. Where's this? Okay, structures. How do I normally do this? Yeah. Okay, where's the one I use to put 2 engines on? Is this? Oh god, I'm stupid. That's not that one. This. So we put engines on the. Because I build Titan replicas all the time. No, not you. You. Okay, so we'll give this some batteries. Go put the batteries up. No, bigger batteries. Where's the stage adapt? Stage separator. Oh, you don't need to be. Okay, that's the wrong one. I haven't made it to Jewel yet. Where's the one I use? This is bad. Can't be you, it's not you. How do I normally do this? Is it you? No. No. It's this one. Yeah. No, not you. No, that. Oh. Voila. See, I've just built my own Titan 34D. I'm going to put a spacecraft on top of it. Where's my cylindrical tanks? You. Oh, perfect. I'm gonna put you there. Put some batteries on top. Not you. Not you. No, come on. I've heard. Oh wait, like a constellation of heaps of satellite. Yeah, that's the point. But the problem is, you know. electrical, get a solar array. Where's a good solar array for this thing? There we go. Some thrusters. And we'll give it another antenna. 2 high gain antennas that I put on wrong. There we go. Little payload fairing. Come on. There we go. That looks like a Titan fairing, doesn't it? That's mighty ugly. 4, yes, high ejection. Oh, we're gonna take out these solar arrays? Ah, it is. Let's put those in. There we go. Please don't snap off the solar arrays. Wait, how's this open? Good. This one will work, I promise. Says Musk. Yeah. Remember, never trust my. Wait, did I put a stage separator on? Oh, this could have been a disaster. No. I'll put an extra solar array on just in case we lose the other ones. Okay. Oh, this is way high off the ground. That's good enough. Okay. Yes. 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 What are you? Yes. 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 Yeah, but well, there are uses for satellite internet for incredibly rural and remote locations. The problem is, it's limited, right? Like here in the United States, continental United States, it's just we need just a comprehensive like plan for ground-based internet. So. Oh, this turn slope is big. Ah, well, look. Let's see if we can do something. Let's see if I can get to Jewel at least and plan of flybys. Hopefully, once this communications problem is rectified, the mission will go a lot faster. It's not I don't think it's a scam. I just think it's just a bubble. Ah, good. We're getting nearing max Q. Okay, we've made a good start. SRB burnout, separation. Cool, we're now arcing over land, I think. I don't know. So as you can see from this wonderful view, wait, you can see it on that screen, but what? I keep forgetting this is a TV screen. Oh wow, I'm high. This thing's performing way better than I thought it would. What else is in your horseback design? So I request. It's honestly it's just tank wall thicknesses, engine area ratios, and then crying. That's about it. Yeah, I discovered my tanks are 0.5 millimeter thick, so that's a bit of a mistake. But okay, so stage 1 burnout, separation. I separated the wrong stage, didn't I? Oh no, oh good. Stage 2 ignition. I'm gonna put this thing in a really high orbit. Can you answer a couple questions about your request for review? Sure, fire away. Oh, I'm surprised how many people actually volunteered. More than I thought would. So, payload train separation. Should have done that sooner. Okay, so we're gonna try to get this thing way up, way above the moon. Do the Hunt for October thing. See, it's on Netflix right now, so. And yeah, that's what we're gonna do tomorrow night. Yep. I think I cracked. What kind of review are you looking for? Well, it's honestly, again, it's like 3 equations. Yeah, it's like 3 equations we're looking at, and it's just measuring to see. So I think I'll pass the Mun, right? That'll put me in a really high orbit. Okay, out past Minmus. Oh, okay, we went too far. My prospects weren't going to be super in-depth. Frozen performance, head calculation. Yeah, see, I use C-ProPep because I actually note why I use C-ProPep in the paper. Okay, so separate that. And then we're going to wait a bit, we're going to turn around. Okay, so now I'm going to turn around. Okay, and I use really conservative estimates for my propulsion, so I try because I try to make sure that I'm not, because the problem with Kaiser's estimates for OTRAG were that they were way too optimistic. I didn't turn on the engines. Oh, that's good enough. So my engine propulsion values are actually close to what the actual OTRAG got when it was built. Oh, I want to do no flybys with you. Okay, there we. Okay, so we'll fly here. I'm gonna lose power about now. Okay. Yeah, if you look at the OTRAG, my OTRAG design, it's just you really are limited with what you can do with it. Okay, so now we're there. I'm gonna do I'll be cheating to get power back. Shh, don't tell anyone. Okay, man, this flyby of the entire system doesn't work so far. Okay, so now we're gonna. Oh my gosh! Look, something shiny. It's somewhere not. You can't see this. Oh my gosh, what's going on? Oh, it's magic, and it doesn't have any. I can't communicate with it. Why can't I communicate? Oh right, because you don't have. I'll just turn you all on. Put a gun on top of the OTRAG. I guess if you want to launch a gun on OTRAG. Okay, so to do that. Oh, I haven't done my burn yet. Okay, so now we are in orbit. This is a nice big orbit. It shouldn't be blocked by anything. Go away. You're getting renamed. Planetcom 3. Okay, now let's see if this talks to Ulysses. Or Odysseus, I keep getting the name wrong. What do you use for antennas? I don't remember anymore. I think it's a D-Magic Science, I think, for this one. Okay. Well, that's how. Well, that could work too. And actually, that was the plan. That's what Jerry Bull was joking about doing. Was yes, I have signal. It's talking to it. Okay, we're back in business. Let's actually fly to Jewel. Oh, God. My dad will be blowing my... The rocks telephone pole-sized tungsten rods people who don't like you. That could work. Luckily about KS... Oh, no! Okay, I think I'm being blocked by planets now. Yeah, I'm being blocked by planets. Luckily, I'll be encountering Jewel when I hit it. Okay. Oh, gosh. This has gone so well. I've only been doing this for 2 hours. I'm finally making it to my first destination. Wait, no. Duna's gonna block the antenna now. Great. Oh, this is just so exciting, isn't it? Don't... Oh, no. Okay, so my node's in a year, which means it's going to be back in the right position. Gosh, orbital mechanics is fun, isn't it? Well, I've been playing KSP for since I started college, so... a lot. Okay, so we lose contact around apogee. I am gonna hit Elu. Good. I got a lot of time in KSP though. I just, you know. See, next time we'll just do this in real time. That'll be really fun and exciting. We'll just sit here for 2.5 years, or oh my gosh, 3 years. I'm still talking to Planetcom 3? I am. Oh no, am I gonna lose contact with this thing again? Oh jeez. This is... Oh! No, I'm not. It's gonna be in the wrong side. This is gonna be fun. Yeah, I'm probably gonna lose I'm gonna use communication. It's gonna be on the wrong side. Okay. Yes! Cool. Well, I'm not doing a capture burn, though. I'm gonna do a flyby. And I'm gonna lose signal. No! What a wonderful thing I've done. Yeah, see, my maneuver's for 37 meters a second, so it's gonna be a quick fart of the engine. Cool. So it's a day to the burn. It'll take 3 seconds. And the engine's on. 2, 1. All right. Back in business. Okay, so I have orange signals. I got what, 34%? That's good enough. Yeah. DH1's a cool idea. 10. Okay, so at this point the tanks would be pressurized, going through pre-burn procedures. Luckily this doesn't have light lag. That would suck. There we go. Okay, are we on? Have we made it? We're gonna do a rendezvous with Elu? No, we're not. How close are we? Oh, yes. Excuse me. So I'm gonna do another burn, probably at Parapsis in 15. Wow, this is a big system. I'm gonna fly by. Okay, so there's our Elu. Wow, that's our Elu flyby. Yes, second stage order. It's an assisted SSTO. Okay, so I want to do a quick burn. Actually, I could probably use my RCS for this. Do I have RCS? Yeah. It's DH1. I think it's the guy who thought of it used his initials. Read the Rocket Company. Oh, shoot, I missed it. So the RCS. Okay, I think we're on an intercept trajectory with Elu. You kidding me? Are we? Okay, so now I'm going to separate one of our payloads. This guy. Okay, this is moment of truth. Is this actually, how bad is this going to... There we go. There's our little guy. There he goes. I'm going to call this guy, I don't know, Squirt. Not Prime 1. Yes, this is KSP 1.8 for reference. And we'll just... Now we'll turn on the engine. Oh, is the engine on? Oh, jeez. Oh no. Yep, that's not good. Oh. No. Oh. Okay, we're good. I saved it. Yeah. How long will it take for this thing to burn into orbit? Okay, that's orbit. Oh god. Oh. See, if this had a chemical engine, it'd be fine. But we're gonna go back to the main spacecraft that I almost destroyed. We'll assume that Squirt made it to orbit. Okay, so now we're gonna go to Elu. Let's make sure we're actually on target to hit Elu. How far away is Elu? A year away. Jeez, this is a long mission. Okay, I'm gonna hit Elu. Awesome. Okay, so where should we hit? Oh gosh, we could hit Duna. How close are we to Drez? Because, that'd be awesome if we could actually... Okay, so we'll do a maneuver 69 days, nice. So we lower it so we get closer. Or not. Nope. Nope. So we're setting... Okay, so that's... We're not going to hit Drez, are we? Okay, let's do Duna. So closer to Duna. We're not close to Duna. Oh, this isn't good. Okay, so that's how close we are to it. Oh, that's an almost impact. Where was that? No, oh. Oh, that's not good. Almost. Nope. Come on, hit it. Yes! Well, okay, so with the pop-up design, though, is that the first stage will go straight up, effectively. Go up, then the second stage will turn and burn. Now, that means the second stage will have a lot more performance towards it, and higher thruster ratio, but the first stage will come straight back down to the launch site, or roughly. Okay, so back to Odysseus. Let's go to my maneuver node, and 69. No, Falcon 9's not a pop-up. Pop-up goes straight up. That's what the point of pop-up is. Nope, DCX was going to be an classic SSTO. Please don't miss the maneuver, please don't miss the maneuver, please don't miss the maneuver, please don't miss the maneuver. Don't lose power. I didn't even take any screenshots. What am I doing? Correct. Pop-up goes straight up. Well, roughly straight up. You do some corrections for... Oh, I missed it. So now I'm going to hit Duna with this. Okay, there we go. So now I'm on track to hit... Or not. Am I? Am I gonna hit Duna now? Yes, I am. Yes. Yeah, because it's gonna have like 7.5 kilometers a second delta V. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna go turn on my air conditioning because I'm gonna die. Yeah, jeez. Why are you stuck to everything? Oops, don't fall. There we go. Mic first. Yeah, stream D6 can go anywhere. Okay. Go. Ah. Okay, so we're gonna do our Elu flyby. In 419 days, great. And are we gonna hit Duna? Good, we don't have to do maneuver then. Alright, so let's just warp here. It's the thing. Remember though, again, because Falcon 9 goes way over the ocean and then flies back. I didn't even need a transfer orbit stage. I'm proud of myself. Yeah, because flying back to the launch site would need a lot of propellant, and their first stage would have to stage at relatively low velocity compared to what normal launch vehicles do, so it has to build a beefier second stage to accomplish the same missions. But again, you gotta remember, pop-up goes straight up out of the atmosphere. Whee! Let's get ready for our Elu flyby. Where is it? Oh, I think I'm flying on the underside. Where's Elu? Where'd it go? What the heck? Wait, where am I? So it should be up. Oh, it's just tiny. I'm nowhere near it. There it is. That's the flyby. Well, now we're gonna fly on into Duna. See if I can use Duna to get to Drez. And from Drez we'll use... Yeah, okay. So we need to do a plane change maneuver. Or I could do a maneuver along the way. Oh, I can't do that. It's going to be a big burn. And I'm going to miss Duna. Okay, so if I do a burn at Duna... In 4 years! That's going to kick me out of the system. Oh, okay, so that's where they're going to be. Okay, I'm gonna fly to Eve. Where's Eve gonna be? Okay. Wait, my transfer orbit stage is gonna lose all of its... It's got 748 meters a second. Look at it, it's gonna push it again. It's the trajectory, the way it's designed. Again, pop-up goes straight up, Falcon 9 goes over and ballistic. The ideal benefit of pop-up is that you go straight up. So theoretically, if it blows up, it doesn't, you know. Come on. Okay, so I'm gonna do... Okay, so that's going to deplete my transfer orbit stage. That's going to line my... Okay, that's what I'm going to do. Okay, so there's... Say goodbye to Elu. We're going to Duna now. Can't auto warp so far. Jeez. Okay, so let's go. And Odysseus. Okay, so we're going on our mission to Duna now. Whee! Okay, now we can... Oh, this is just so much fun. Okay, once we do as many flybys as we can, we'll do maybe, I don't know, 1 or 2 dumb people on that talk about spaceflight. I didn't realize it'd take this long and be this boring. Oh my god, go faster. Oh my gosh, look at all these, just celestial mechanics. We'll look at some Musk fans, we'll see. I've just had a really busy last 2 weeks for some reason. I had a final last night. I had to finish my draft study. Then I do this. And then I'm going on vacation next week, so. Are we there yet? My god. You know, it must suck to be those people in the, like, Voyager, where it's like, yep, okay, well, the next mission milestone's 10 years away. Oofda. Well, yeah. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Nope, guess not. I thought RPT was harder to make. I don't know. I've been looking at weird propellants for the last few months. Like, oh, turpentine, yeah, that's good stuff. You make it out of trees. So let's see. Want a schedule update? I've filmed my next video. I started editing it, but that won't be out till the 20th. Ooh, getting better signal. Don't sneeze. Oh gosh, don't sneeze. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, because I discovered one. I was like, oh, this is great. I'll use this for my better oat trade. And I'm like, oh, that causes defects in babies. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I had a schedule for this year. In a sentence, ProSpace has become more. It has become kind of quasi-religious instead of focusing on real things. It focuses on fantastic things. It doesn't know how to argue for itself anymore. So, at least on a colloquial, in-person level. Obviously, there's a difference between weirdos online like me and actual science people, but from that standpoint, this is a run-on sentence. So I have a schedule. It's just, doesn't JP4 also have short lifetime, like 6 months? I haven't read Ignition, actually. That's blasphemy, I know. I'll go, flagellate myself. Alright, get ready for our Duna encounter. Okay, so 36 days. Okay, here's our Duna encounter. Where's Duna? I'm in the, when were babies working with rockets? Well, ask Astro. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. One hour. It's been a 9-year mission. Jeez. This is longer than the 3-hour tour from Gilligan's Island. The Falcon 9 trajectory is ballistic with a flyback maneuver. 1 minute. Okay, so it's gonna be 32 seconds. I'll have to read that. Okay. Okay, so now it's gonna be 32 seconds. Okay. Hopefully I don't lose control, like I normally do with this thing. Yeah. Stock the onboard fridge. Well, luckily there's no one on this. See, we get a bit of a wobble there. So there is some instability in the. Oh, it's because it's off center. That's why. The problem is Leo applications for SLS don't go there. It's pretty much optimized to be a deep space launcher. You have to do weird trajectory things for it. Because again, I think the core stage burns out at a negative 50, 1500 kilometer orbit. Jeez. So we'll start losing control here. Mr. Kerbal, I am warm, but I got my air conditioning going. John, you can go back. Come on. Go back. There we go. Alright, we'll now bid farewell to the transfer orbit stage. Please don't break. Nothing happened. Oh no, is it stuck? No! It's stuck! It didn't decouple! Oh. Thank goodness. Oh, that's got a lot of delta V. Goodbye, transfer orbit stage. Okay, so now I want to figure out a way to get to either. So let's say Dres. How close am I to Dres? Oh, jeez. If I do a maneuver. Oh, how close am I? Nowhere near. Okay, so we're going to go to Eve. Oh, come on. Oh, what was that? Kerbin flyby? Okay, I can deal with that. Then I could use that to alter. This is just. Guess I was tossing something out to Neptune rays. Yes! Yours is. Yeah, that's the. See, that's the thing with mine. Mine had R22. I have no idea about RHB2. I've never heard of it. I've heard of it, but I haven't read anything about it because I've been reading about turpentine and ethanol and those fun things. Okay. How about we stop here on this? Yeah, let's go to Kerbin and end it. We'll try another grand tour later. Well, let's go. Okay, wait. Let's drop a squirt at. What's the debris? What broke? Oh, that's the transfer orbit stage. Oh gosh, I have a degree. Well, R22 is the coolant used in my old air conditioner, so. Wiedersehen. Yeah, sulfur's not good for your rocket engines. Some power consumption on this thing. What was that? Oh. No. Oops. Oh, I'll name you Squirt too. We'll assume it made it to orbit. Okay, so we're gonna do a flyby of. Okay, so we're gonna go up to this maneuver node, and then we're gonna do a flyby. We're gonna do our flyby of Kerbin, and then we're gonna call it quits on Kerbal, and we'll look at some videos. Yeah. Let's do this. Outbound. Ah, wow, we're out again. We've been in space for nearly 10 years. Well, I had R22. I got a new AC. Whee! Yeah, my air conditioning was 15 years old. Never maintained, or if it was maintained, it was maintained wrong. Had leaky parts, so I got a new one. Yeah, my wallet disagrees with the new AC thing, but it doesn't have to take the heat. Uh, yeah, air conditioning. Ugh. Yeah, so it turns out there was like a wiring box in the outdoor unit that was open. It had no cover, so the wiring had been exposed for at least a year. So, that's not good. There's Squirt 1. Squirt 2. Yeah, I grew up with using propane heaters, but I don't live in Minnesota anymore. Ah, this feels so naked now without its transfer orbit stage. But oh well. Ugh. Minnesota A? Excuse me, it's Minnesota, don't you know? Haven't you seen the movie Fargo? I'm doing a terrible Minnesota accent right now. I once did a really good one, but where'd the music go? Oh yeah, super, you know. Yeah. What Gladys is hot dish there, you know. Yeah. She's a Lutheran though, so you know. We're all Methodists where I grew up. Yeah, it's probably what. Yeah, if you're in Europe and that's or you use it, that's not. Must not be fun. Minnesota has one T there, you know. Warp here. Jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, this is so exciting. I'm just riveted. This is why I can never do the Twitch thing. music's back. 11 years, jeez. Man. Oh. See, mine's all electric. It's nuclear, I think, because I have the Tennessee, some of the Tennessee River, so I get that power plant. Alright. Come on, let's get closer to that orb. Here. Oh, shoot, I missed the... oh, is the engine even on? No. Crap. Well, that sounds cool. Alright, so for the next 20 minutes... What? You gotta be kidding me. Do I not have enough power? You gotta be kidding me. Oh, okay, mission's over. Oh, there goes you. I killed it. Someone else might get... Yeah, that's why. Power ain't enough. Well, so there goes Ulysses. Or Odysseus. The next one's going to be called Ulysses, because I keep calling it Ulysses. I forgot they included the solar power. So I just need bigger solar arrays. Oh, well. Yeah, it must have done the... Ugh. Alright, so I want to see people be wrong on the internet. We'll do that. Probably can save it parity, but it's the wrong... We'll fix it next time. Yeah. If someone's quietly cleaning up his office and running away. You know, he's checking out early, taking vacation days. Oh, come on, you can do it. Come on. There we go. Yeah. Okay, now I'm going to wait for it to turn off. Yeah. Actually, I actually doing that in my base. One of the ones I'm doing by myself on my own for fun. I'm doing a recreation of Ulysses using Joule, doing two Joule flybys, and it's going to put it in a polar orbit. I'll do that next time. I can't build a space shuttle though. Come on, quit. Jeez. There we go. Okay, let's open up the YouTube. It's gonna pull you out over there, you know. Actually, let's look for. Okay, who's a normal? Let's see if Angry Astronauts. Not Angry Joe. I don't watch that guy. I'm too old for him. Okay. Let's see if Angry Astronaut's been wrong recently. No, I don't want to do Malwarebytes. Let's pull that back up. Let's pull you back. Cool. Yeah, emotionally compromised. Okay, what's he's... I don't care about... Why is everyone trying to do shorts? Oh, no. Okay, so let's see. We got New Glen. No. I don't care about Boca Chica. What? Oh, okay. Well, let's see. Let's do SLS, because why not? Yes, Angry Joe is still around. Okay. Let's do subtitles, closed captioning. I think his views have gone down recently. Okay. We're all good. Okay, we all ready? Who's Corey? What? Who's Corey Huston? Oh, this is the, I don't know what this is. King Phantom. Okay. Wait, no, I didn't. What?
After years of delays and billions of dollars worth of overspending, SLS and Artemis 1 is almost ready to take.
You know, you could talk the same way about Starship, but you won't. You guys see the NASA brief? I didn't see it because I just finished my study before I emailed it out. I made some renders and, ugh. Oh, I gotta speed this guy up. I keep forgetting. You gotta see it at like 1.5 speed. 1.25.
Flight less than 2 months away from launch, if NASA is to be believed. And
again, you're characterizing it in the worst way possible, Angry. I could do the same for Starship.
after looking at beautiful views like this, I have to admit, it's difficult to not get excited about the prospects of this rocket taking to flight and us finally returning to the moon. But, as I've talked about many times in the past, this is not the rocket that's going to really get us to the moon to stay. There simply is no way to make this rocket sustainable for the long run, establishing a permanent presence on the lunar surface.
The problem is, he thinks permanent presence is a place to live. That's the thing. It's, again, when we talk about permanent presence, we're probably going to talk about a base with like 4 people in it for 2 to 3 months a year. It's just what we're stuck with. NASA doesn't get enough funding. No one's interested. Sorry.
So what does that mean? What can NASA do to change this scenario to where we actually will go back to the moon to stay?
Keep going.
Well, it would appear that all NASA is doing right now is doubling down on SLS. This is the fuel.
Yes, because they built the stinking thing. This isn't Kerbal, where you can just give up on a rocket when it doesn't work. We're committed to this. We're committed to it for at least 30 years. Ugh. Yeah, Angry is a lot of people like these are bad faith actors. They're unintentionally bad faith actors. Again, he's a guy who's gotten his knowledge from YouTube. You know? I'd like a lake house on the moon.
Fuel tank for Artemis 2, and it is well on its way towards completion and heading toward its planned flight sometime in 2023 or 2024. This will actually be a manned mission, which will either orbit...
excuse me, NASA nomenclature, it's crude, you sexist. Ugh. Heathens.
The moon, or if we're lucky, there will be a space station in place for the astronauts to stay on for a while until they actually return, although it's more likely that they're just going to orbit the moon in the Orion. And this is only just...
Artemis 2 is specifically an Apollo 8. That's what it is. That's what we're getting out of this. Gateway's being built, It's just, so many slots left. So here's the thing: half my volunteers are half committed, so I don't know. We'll see how many people actually commit of those. Mods from mods from YouTube. Well, yeah. It's surface level versus reading charts, right? It's surface level to understand how rockets work. It's you start prying into why certain ones are chosen versus others. So.
The beginning of what's going on with the SLS program. Billions of dollars are still being sunk into this expendable and outdated rocket.
You don't know what that means. We're gonna be at this for 2 hours. This is gonna be longer than my flyby missions. Yeah. Okay, we'll do that.
And they're even talking about missions as late as Artemis 9.
Yes.
Towards the end of this month, NASA will be testing the FSB-2, or the Flight Support
that happened. That was cool. I watched that.
Booster 2, which is little more than an upgraded version of the solid rocket boosters that were used to power the shuttle.
Yes, but again, we're using people like you would scream and cry that we wouldn't be using shuttle hardware for SLS if we went with a Saturn-style system. You just don't like it. You don't want this because you think spaceflight's magic. Ugh.
It has 5 segments instead of 4, and on top of that, it has a variety of improvements designed to provide more thrust, more reliable thrust, and more efficient thrust. The goal is to get to a maximum of thrust of 3.6 million pounds per solid rocket booster, and these boosters will not be used for Artemis 1, 2, or 3, but rather for Artemis 4 and for the Block 1B, which means money is already being spent on tangible...
It's called development programs, Angry. This isn't Kerbal. You can't just build it and fly it. Ugh.
Products for an Artemis 4 mission, and therefore a 4th SLS.
Yes.
So really it would appear that NASA is putting all of their eggs into the SLS basket still, and Administrator Nelson definitely seems to be supporting that school of thought. Quote, there's only one rocket that's ready to launch, our SLS, and the Orion space capsule at its tip is also the only vehicle in which the crew can survive the return to Earth. At some point, Elon Musk would like to be able to do the same with his Starship, but we have to deal with the practical here and now.
So why are you mad? Oh, right, he's mad because it's SLS. Jesus Christ. Yes, hello. Oh, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Apologies. I don't want to say it wrong. Yeah, I caught the end of SB2 because the audio was messed up, I think. Yeah.
So if we're stuck with this damn thing, at least until maybe the end of the decade, then how do we make it work with Artemis? How do we create a sustainable program with such a wasteful and expensive rocket?
I'm going to pause every 5 seconds on this thing. It's just wrong. It's that joke. You ever heard that old Soviet joke? Reagan and Gorbachev challenge each other to a foot race around the White House, all right? Reagan wins and Gorbachev comes in second, and then, but a Soviet Pravda prints it as Reagan comes second to last, while Gorbachev gracefully comes in after the leader. That's what he's doing. He's doing the Pravda thing.
We're gonna find all that out in just a moment.
No, we're not. Angry, I know you don't listen to me because I'm way too small for you, but I don't like that this font is kind of hard to read.
So the first question is, does Administrator Nelson actually have a point? Well, to a degree, he does, because here's the primary propulsion system of SLS tested well over a year ago.
Oh, yeah.
And the solid rocket boosters, which provide over 75% of the thrust.
1, fire.
And here's where we are with Starship.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And before you get your torches and pitchforks out, I need to emphasize that I don't believe that SLS is going to be superior to Starship in the...
Of course, it can't be, because it's holy. Look at that thing, though. Oh, yeah. Look at that thing. Just admire that. Look at those cameras. So that was the camera that they were using for the wet dress rehearsal. That was that one. Yeah. But look at this. Look at that thing. Ooh. And look, you can see all of that. Oh. Okay, we're gonna go back to
A
this.
long run, but it's important to note that Starship in its current iteration is not a complete rocket.
That's
not
true.
even close. It is an early version prototype. In fact, some argue that it isn't a prototype at all, that lots of things still need to be added to this rocket before anybody would even consider it to be prepared to be human rated. There are many, many steps that Starship has to go through before it can even conceivably carry human beings, not least of which is a comprehensive life support system far more ambitious than what currently exists on Crew Dragon. That alone is going to take a lot of time, whereas SLS has gone through all of the paces at this point, including a full-fledged wet rehearsal, which you're watching right now, all of the necessary engine gimbaling, although that's one of the basic things. On top of that, all of the necessary subsystems in the booster, in the ICPS, the Orion, and everything that connects the systems together, plus all of the umbilicals that hook the rocket onto the mobile launch tower. So many things that this rocket has gone through up to this point in order to be considered flight-ready and capable of carrying humans. And even this isn't going to be enough for NASA, of course. They're going to send this ship on an unmanned mission just to make sure everything...
Excuse me, uncrewed, come on. Get the standard guide. But just look at that thing. Look at it. Sexy. All those parts. Oh, yeah.
things working properly, especially the life support system. Starship is nowhere close to that, and theoretically, it's supposed to be at that point by 2025, which is incredibly ambitious in my opinion. 3 years from now, Starship is supposed to go from where it is at the moment to a fully human-rated vessel that will be capable of carrying astronauts from the Lunar Gateway or from the Orion down to the lunar surface. That's going to be a very tough prospect, to say the least, whereas SLS is pretty much ready to do the job that it's supposed to do. Assuming everything with Artemis 1 goes smoothly, then SLS will be able to fling one Orion capsule after another all the way to cislunar space, where the HLS system is supposed to take over. I've talked extensively about how bad this plan is and how
Oh, yeah, and don't worry, his voice is sped up, just so we're clear. Wait, what are you talking about mass simulators for? Yeah, again, Starship development's just weird. I think they're trying to skip through everything to try to they're trying to rush it, which is not going to end well.
Underfunded the HLS program is, how unlikely, in my opinion, it's going to be for Starship to be ready by 2025,
That's true.
especially with the relatively small amount of funding that it's getting. This entire plan as...
Wait, okay, again, Elon's is going half-seas on it. It's Elon's fault that Starship's is nowhere near ready, and it's SpaceX's fault if they don't give realistic timelines. It's a bit of NASA's fault for believing them, but what else do you got?
Lots of problems, and as much as I hate to say it, aside from the expense, SLS may become one of the least of those problems if it proves to be effective. Yes, it's going to be expensive, but if it turns out that SLS can indeed propel the Orion out to cislunar space to rendezvous with the Gateway reliably time after time, then this is a reliable part of Artemis, and this is going to take care of a big piece of the puzzle. And so, Administrator Nelson may have a point. We need to deal with the practical here and now, and if SLS proves to be a practical solution of getting humans from Earth out to cislunar...
Are Orion capsules reusable? Eventually they will be. I think I know the avionics are designed to be reusable. I think the capsule might be, but...
space, then why not go with this practical solution, assuming that you have the money? And Starship is going to be significantly more complicated than SLS in terms of its infrastructure. I've talked about that before as well. It's not just a matter of propelling a gigantic rocket all the way out to cislunar space. You also have to refuel it many times in low Earth orbit before it can make the rest of the journey. That may prove to be a far more difficult engineering task than Elon is anticipating, and it could delay Starship's implementation for several years, perhaps all the way to the end of the decade. It's really difficult to predict, because with Starship, we are treading on unknown ground, and I'm really not very happy that they only selected one HLS provider. If the Starship setup proves to be too difficult or too impractical to implement, then we are stuck. Artemis is stuck until a second HLS provider...
At least he realizes that it's not SLS that's the problem with Artemis. It's the landing system, and it's SpaceX that has to do it.
Can be found, and that could take a very long time. The earliest that anyone could provide an alternative to Lunar Starship is 2027 or 2028. So Starship really needs to succeed, even though the task of making it succeed is a very steep hill indeed, and one that we have never climbed before. Starship is going to seriously test the limits of rocket science. We have never tried to put together a propulsion system with 33 engines and make it work, and one was the last rocket to attempt that, and of course we know how that turned out.
But do you think there will be a credible commercial crew lunar crew transition that isn't Starship Fantasy? Well, I know I know there's new bids going in for the second one. So Starship is only meant for a demo landing and the first one, if I remember correctly. And then they're going to go to the next one. Then they go to the second one to have two lander system. They might try to extend Starship. I haven't been following HLS because I've been designing a better O-Trag for the last few months. Excuse me. So yeah, again, you gotta remember, these guys are not pro-space, they're pro-SpaceX, right?
The Soviets. On top of that, we've never tried low Earth orbit refueling, especially on a vast scale.
Okay, we have done low Earth orbit refueling. There was Orbital Express. That was done. That was done back in 2008. I've talked about it.
That are groundbreaking with Starship, not least of which is reusability. Also, we can't be certain how reusability is going to work out with such a massive rocket. There are lots of unknowns with Starship, and that's one of the reasons why NASA really doesn't have a choice but to stick with SLS until Starship really proves itself. And here's another factor that SLS advocates like to talk about, the cost. As much as we talk about the expense of this rocket, it's actually less than just about every other major rocket system that NASA ever developed. Less expensive than Saturn I, significantly less expensive than the Space Shuttle, and much, much less expensive than Saturn V. $66 billion in adjusted money as far as Saturn V is concerned. If we had the same kinds of budgetary constraints today, back in the 1960s, the Soviets would have definitely beaten us to the moon, hands down. So here's the point I'm trying to make. Is Starship the rocket of the future? Yes.
Depends on what kind of future you want. Yeah, Soyuz uses it's pretty much just a piston in the tank. It just pushes it in, right? I think that's what they do. And yeah, and SpaceX is going to try to use slosh refueling, which that'll be interesting. I've looked at liquid acquisition, which is just using capillary motion to move propellants. You'll still need some ullage, you know, worry about vapor ingestion, but it's just putting meshes in the tanks.
Absolutely. Is reusability and low Earth orbit refueling the only way that we're going to be able to affordably colonize the solar system and maintain
We're just going to skip right by that.
a permanent presence on the moon? Yes, absolutely. But in the meantime, SLS does have capabilities that will allow it to be a stopgap rocket to handle a lot of Artemis's
Stopgap. It's going to be flying till the 2050s. Unless there's a massive change in the program, we've got NASA's interest in like 30 of them at least.
requirements, including heavy lift. If you have a look at the Block 2 cargo version at the end of SLS Evolution, it's actually pretty impressive. An 8.4 meter fairing with a long fairing.
Wait, did they scrap the 10 meter fairing? That must be an upgrade path.
Option up to 90 feet long. This is actually significant.
And yes, Mesh and Tanks is using satellites. Yeah, that's what the, well, we'll have to see with Slosh. It's the problem they have to worry about is just vapor ingestion for maneuvering. Depending on, it depends what they're doing, and obviously it's all proprietary, so you'll never know.
Longer than the Starship's fairing is.
Yes.
In the long run, SLS will be able to carry the same kind of cargo, at least as far as volume is concerned, that Starship can without any refueling. However, the expense is going to make it completely impractical. So the only reason, of course, that you would ever do this is if Starship is having difficulties with implementation. But that is my point. SLS can do the job that it has to do for Artemis until Starship is truly ready. Assume.
Okay, again, the first car I ever owned, I got for $500. It was a '98 Dodge Neon. The current car I own is worth a lot more than that. Why am I driving the more expensive car when I can get the cheap one? Well, maybe it's because the cheap one, the expensive part was the stereo, which I didn't put in. These guys, for some reason, they don't think this way. I don't know what it is. Ugh. Let's see. Present tone, yeah. Ullage, yep. Proper funding for infrastructure. Would you build your own rocket? Well, see, when I hit a certain subscriber count, I'm going to do a little thing called a Know Your Rocket on it, and then you can give me money. So,
assuming, of course, that Congress is willing to spend the money on the damn thing. But at the moment, they seem more than happy to throw money at SLS. Lots of money, because, of course, it provides lots of jobs.
Oh
so
my
here's
god. Would you rather we lose our public sector space program in favor of companies run by, oh, I don't know, a guy who has a strange fetish for impregnating every woman he sees and an obsession with birth rates? Yeah, that's someone we should really give our space program over to. My god, man. Ah, jeez. We need a public sector space program. We need again, think about all we know about like airfoils, right? NACA? What do you think NACA stands for?
The solution, and this is going to be highly controversial, but here's the solution for Artemis until Starship is firmly established, human-rated, and functional.
So we're in Fantasyland now. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Going to need more SLS launches, not less. Let me say that again. They're going to need more SLS launches, and they're going to need the budget for it. And let me explain why. One SLS launch per year puts a crew on the Lunar Gateway for about 45 days, with a small period of time reserved for deployment on the lunar surface. Perhaps 90 days with some of the later versions of the Artemis missions. That's not enough. Not nearly enough. It's not going to be enough to justify...
Yes! I read this. You squirt like $1 or $2 billion more into SLS production, you get at least 2 a year. You could probably get to 3 if you with a little bit more. So, well, again, a car is a car, but again, when you're driving a shitty '98 Dodge Neon, where you're in Minnesota and it doesn't, right? Most doors have the solid frame. The '98 did not. It got pretty chilly in there, and it was a hand crank window, and that crank kept falling off. You know. That's the thing, right?
The expense of this damn program, the expense of SLS, and everything else associated with it. We're going back to the moon to stay. Therefore, we're going to require at least 2 SLS launches per year, and also plan to keep these astronauts on the Lunar Gateway for at least 3 to 6 months for a variety of different reasons. Obviously, you can do a lot more during that time frame, but also you're trying to simulate missions to Mars. You can't.
Hey, look. Hey, what's this? Look, they got cargo. Isn't Dragon XL still a thing? I swear it is. Oh. Oh, see, my car still has a shifter thing, but my brother's, which is a year... my brother got a new car because it was totaled because I'm a drunk driver. And mine has the shift stick, but his has a dial. That's just wrong. But, yeah. See, if I had enough money, I'd buy one of those like old 80s cars that's like 1,000 feet long, like a New Yorker. One of those that gets, gallons per mile, So, I just give me one of those. It's like an aircraft carrier. I just want one of those. But, I think Dragon XL, I swear Dragon XL was supposed to be a thing for resupply. I don't know.
Simulate that in 45 days or even 90 days. It needs to be a 6-month mission. And as I've mentioned in previous videos, there are ways to accomplish this. There are all sorts of countries, the ESA, the Japanese Space Agency, and others who are interested in participating in Artemis.
They've already signed up for it. The Japanese are building parts of Gateway in exchange. I think they're doing an HTV vehicle. They're doing an HTV for the moon, I think. I know they're working on the next HTV for the ISS, but they're also going to make one for the moon in exchange for getting a seat on Orion for future lunar landings. So, yeah, see, my second car was a 2002 Oldsmobile Alero. I liked that car, except the power steering leaked, which is really something fun to discover that it doesn't work on the highway.
Any way they can. The most constructive contribution they could make to Artemis would be to resupply the Gateway.
They are! I swear that is HTVX. Oh, well. Oh, yes, HTV, yeah. The Property Brothers are going to send up resupply. They're going to go up to the Gateway. Oh, this doesn't look good. I'm going to fix it.
Both the Japanese and the Europeans are going to have that capability very soon, on top of the Falcon Heavy and its resupply missions that have already been scheduled, on top of the Dream Chaser and the Shooting Star module, which is also capable of Lunar Gateway resupply missions. All of these different launch providers are capable of keeping a mission on the Lunar Gateway supplied and maintained for a 6-month time frame. So why the hell do you want to restrict it to 45 days and put the whole program in a state of jeopardy? If you have astronauts on the Gateway the entire time, it's going to be a lot more difficult to cancel the program. But
Okay, but again, you gotta fund it though.
that's not the only motivation. The other motivations, of course, are, as I said before, simulating a mission to Mars and carrying out a wide variety of experiments that you're going to need to do on the Lunar Gateway that you can't do on the ISS. The environment on the Gateway is substantially different than you have on the ISS, simply because that space station is protected by the Earth's magnetic field, whereas the Lunar Gateway will not, and is a better simulator for interplanetary missions. Therefore,
Tell it to Bob Zubrin.
there is a huge number of different applications that can be carried out on the Gateway, and you need more time and more than one mission a year in order to get all of this work done and to justify the entire program. So what's it going to take in order to make all of this happen? Well, one extra SLS mission per year would probably cost an additional $3 or $4 billion. What I'm
Okay, in production though, you squirt 1 or 2 billion into production just to scale it up, and then it's whatever launch costs get to. Yeah.
advocating is an extra $10 billion a year in funding to NASA. Oh, that sounds like such a tremendous amount of money. It is.
But again, you're using the worst case scenario SLS costs, which aren't true. SLS is going to get down to around 900 million per launch once it's done and operational. It's just this one, Artemis 1 and probably Artemis 2 are going to be the most expensive, just because new launch vehicle, it's got a lot of the testing going on. It's, again, first ones are always the most expensive. I don't get, oh gosh.
Is a drop in the bucket compared to the kind of funding that other governmental agencies receive. An extra $10 billion a year would make all the difference to NASA and to the Artemis program. It would easily accommodate.
Wait, is this an old MPLM?
At least one and possibly 2 additional missions out to the moon every year, and all the benefits that come with it. It would allow us to expand our presence on the lunar surface far more rapidly, and given how quickly the Chinese are accelerating their program, I have a feeling that's something we're definitely going to need. So if you're an American citizen, contact your congressman, contact your senator.
Okay, that'll be really hard for me. Hello, Richard Shelby. Yes, I want more SLS.
If you're living outside the U.S., contact the White House and let them know that NASA
Yes,
needs
foreign people should call the White House and ask for more SLS.
additional support if we really want to return to the moon to stay, or if we just want a pale shadow of what Apollo basically was that's ultimately doomed to cancellation, then we can just...
It's not doomed. It's political. It's a political decision at this point. If the next presidential administration doesn't like it, they'll scrap it, sure, but they'll kill the program, which there's enough inertia now to keep it going. So I don't know.
Just keep going the way we are until we ultimately fail. Obviously, that's something that we don't want to have happen, and we can avoid it with SLS until Starship is ready to go into service.
Okay, we'll ignore the part about Starship.
Once it enters service, that obviously changes everything. It changes how frequently you can send astronauts out to the moon. It changes how quickly we...
No, it doesn't. Again, Starship is really limited. It's kind of fat. No offense. We're not body shaming here, but it's kind of fat. Increasing SLS launch cadence or funding commercial alternatives. So here's the problem. There's not much of a commercial market for the moon, and I don't see it happening in my lifetime. So,
we can get to Mars. It will transform the entire space industry.
No, you're doing the thing again. You're going. Of course it will. This will happen. It'll magically all work. All my fantasies will come true.
And this can be accomplished with SpaceX's help, of course, if we have a more...
Wait, Shelby's retiring? Oh, time to run for Congress then. That won't end badly for me.
robustly funded Artemis program. An extra $10 billion, some of which is allocated to additional SLS missions, and the rest of it going to Starship to get it into service as rapidly as possible. If we truly...
Oh, that's not safe. Who made this? Wait, who made this animation? It's nice looking. I know there was someone accidentally leaked concept art of like a neon colored Starship launch platform. I know that. And that person was immediately fired for it, but yeah, again, these are really close. I don't think that's practical. Yeah, GSC looks a bit too close. No.
We want to go to the moon to stay, then we have to actually pay for that lofty
Yes.
and ambitious
Yes.
goal.
Yes.
And right now,
See, he's got it right. He's just wrong about his conclusions.
we are spending a fraction of what was spent during the Apollo era and trying to fool ourselves into believing that somehow this is going to be enough to go to the moon to stay. I'm here to tell you that it isn't, and we need to more thoroughly support this program if it is to succeed. Smash that like, hit that subscribe. Please check out the description for various ways to support my channel. I've got a couple dozen pairs of sunglasses left, actually a little bit less than that.
Wait,
So
this is the official SpaceX animation because it's got no engines, isn't it? I don't know. Yeah, that's the thing about trying to do all this. Okay. Okay, is there anyone else that's been wrong recently? Has To the Future said anything? To the Future. Have they done anything, or are they given up? They got a new guy! Oh no. Okay. Yes. And Maston just died. They were on Clips. I think they were doing some landing missions. They just ran out of money and they just, you know. Oh God. Oh God. Not Tuberville. I don't like him. Let's do this.
Hello, friends of human space.
Oh, he actually speaks at a normal cadence. I'm a friend of human spaceflight. We hold hands and, you know, sing songs together. Yeah, I think I covered this last, like, few months ago. They got tired of doing this, so I'm assuming there was probably a harassment campaign against Jishuan that didn't end well for them, and I think isn't he a football coach? He's a senator. I think he was one of the few that is really in the Trump train kind of thing, if you catch my drift. I think he's my new state senator. All right. I think this guy's name is Sam.
Space flight. Coming up, we're gonna be... That's gonna have to change.
Oh no. Oh no. He's turned to... Oh, that's... Oh. Oh, that's sad. They've really dropped in their size. Oh, he's gone.
Finally free of that guy. Coming up, we're going to be talking about the Human Landing System program. Specifically, the latest revelation about the number of HLS
Oh
providers.
no. Who's he? What's that accent?
Now we have... Cleared? What went wrong here? Wasn't SpaceX's lunar starship enough? Let's talk about this proposed second human landing system.
Oh no, he doesn't understand. Please tell me he understands. Please tell me he understands. Okay, we'll keep going.
And how this will affect the return of humanity to the moon. What do you think will be picked as the second option? As always, let us know your thoughts in the comments down below. Do we even need a second option when we have...
Keep going.
SpaceX's lunar starship? Does hearing this make you happy? Are we happy? Vincent?
Yeah, we happy.
Whilst we're at it,
you don't credit Quentin Tarantino unless he owns the rights to the movie. You do the distribution people. They own the rights to the movie.
So To the Future would be complete without some kind of rant about something. So keep your eyes and ears peeled for that later on. Psst. Hey, come here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's about the Artemis white dress rehearsal.
Oh no. Also, good captioning. Don't look at me like that.
Didn't you just, like, snap yourself out of existence, like, 2 seconds ago? Nah, man, the editor just used...
You know what's funny? In my next video, I'm talking to myself, like, but I actually put myself in frame. It's actually really spectacular.
Some cool effects. And as if
This
that
is just
wasn't
bad.
enough for you, let's round the episode off with the latest escapades happening down at Boca Chica. As always, we have a lot to talk about in this episode, so
Okay,
stay
good.
tuned.
Okay, I'm excited. Jimmy Neutron.
Recently this month, NASA dropped a nice little report called the Lunar Surface Sustainability Concept. In this concept, NASA outlined how they want a second contractor for the HLS program. We already know
Hey,
that
it's... yes. Yes, this is to the future. This is the new one. Yep, it's to the future. Because again, the old Jishuan and Sebastian didn't like that. Didn't like doing that. I don't know what was going on personally. I don't know them, but yes, I learned how to put myself in shots. It was so easy. You'll love it. The video's coming on the 20th.
SpaceX was chosen as the first and sole contractor from the initial HLS bid.
You were the chosen one!
Lifting
Again,
the cover on
owners.
this report by NASA.
It's owned by Disney.
So we see in Next Step Appendix P, NASA describing HLS sustaining lunar development. As you can see here, this project supports sustaining the presence of humans on the lunar surface in the Artemis program. Starting with the first surface expedition, we can already see a small change. Lunar Gateway will not be part of the Artemis 3 mission.
Because it got delayed. That's the answer. It got delayed. You know.
Owing to the advancement of technology,
He sounds a bit Scottish or kind of Northern English. I watch British TV sometimes, so yeah, I pick that up.
over the years and
That was
more
an echo.
advanced capabilities in lunar mobility, we now see the plan targets the construction and installation of a lunar surface habitat.
It's
Right here.
inflatable.
Coming back to the current state of the HLS initiative, the first phase of initial development is now closed. Now the full development and demonstration phase is next step on the agenda. SpaceX's lunar lander is for sure going to be a fixed feature here. Let's talk about the second HLS option. What do we know? In the initial solicitation document, we can see the line, "The purpose of this solicitation is to request proposals from industry for selection and award for the rapid development and demonstration of a sustainable human landing system from a second provider, delivering humans to the lunar surface in a subsequent Artemis mission, and with the goal of doing so by July 2027. It goes without saying that SpaceX is excluded from the solicitation. Could you imagine?
Oh, it's conspiracy time.
Breaking news, just in, SpaceX wins HLS round 2. Bezos to sue, the board collected for all.
This is a cult. You might as well be David Miscavige talking about getting tax-exempt status for Scientology.
Altering the timeline. NASA holds a press conference with the winners.
Don't
Elon
blow
to
a kiss at
congratulate
me.
Elon for a job well done. All joking aside, let's see what NASA put on their wish list for the second HLS contractor. We can see a few familiar key goals here we've seen before. Design development, testing of the lander, confirming docking capability with Gateway and Orion. You know, it'd be pretty awkward if we got all the way up into lunar orbit only to have a square peg, round hole problem. Oh, and also the lander has to be able to land on the moon. At the South Pole, delivering both crew and cargo. The crew need to be able to exit the lander and go outside for a nice walk in some fresh vacuum on the lunar surface. Don't forget EVA suits, folks. And last but not least, the lander needs to be able to return the crew and any collected samples up to lunar orbit, where it will initially rendezvous with Orion, with a future option of a lunar gateway rendezvous.
Can you do that?
No, I'm afraid.
Let's not rush into any hasty answers, Anderson. The task has been set and needs to be carried out. At the
Do you not
end of the day, you are an expert.
Having a fixed price from the contract's outset is a great idea to safeguard taxpayers' money. Not only this, but introducing the idea of payments being paid when the developer reaches certain milestones also ensures that everything remains within scope and on budget. Sounds like some people are starting to learn some lessons here, huh? The ball has already begun rolling on this process, with the request for information that was published on the 31st of March this year. And the process should end with the awarding of the contract to the
Ben.
winner on the 31st of January next year. Cool.
No doubt.
stop?
So who are the
doing-
players?
That's not funny anymore. This isn't 2012. Don't do that.
For the second round. On the 4th of April, NASA organized an industry forum, and it just so happens that the guest list is public. No surprise.
Oh yeah, commercial spacesuits aren't saving them any money at all. It's actually cost them like 2 or 3 billion more. it was a colossal fuck up.
Here, the national team's 3 amigos are present, throwing the respective hats into the ring again. Torres is cooler, by the way, just saying. Made up of Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, and Blue Origin, these 3
Yes.
are going to have an advantage having had a product already designed previously. Speaking of previously designed hardware, we can also see Dynetics in this list too. Others that appear include Leidos, Draper Laboratory, Paragon Space Development, and Collins Aerospace.
Hey, they're all near me. Use nitromethane's rocket fuel research. I have no idea. I gotta read up on nitromethane. Yeah. Has anybody confidence in Starship HLS why they have given it 2 extra? I thought it was supposed to be. How many launches is it supposed to get?
So, of course, the expectation is for the
Oh, hello, Jack. Oh, that's accents over your. Those accents. We are discussing the sad state of To the Future channel. Yes, they also developed a suit. Now they're going to abandon it because commercial is instantly better than government. Because, you know, they don't. Oh no, the suits are. I forgot the contract. I thought Collins got it. I don't remember who got the contract. It was a few months ago. I've been designing a better O-Trek for the last few months. I've just lost. Well, it depends on the stability of nitromethane.
previous round's applicants to reapply again. Let's just hope we don't end up in a massive legal brawl all over again this time.
Everyone sues. It's a part of the contract process. Sorry.
Not looking at anyone in particular. In terms of how these future HLS applicants will get to space in the first place, here we only have the ghosts of rockets yet to be built. Dynetics would likely take a wild rodeo up on a Vulcan Centaur. However, just in the last few
Wait, that was a bad edit.
days, ULA finally received their first set of flight-ready BE-4s, which should already be heading to the built stand, and thanks to our very own
And I know I think they're being tested in West Texas right now. They're being tested. So. Yeah. I don't know. Well, no, they're not. I don't know if this guy's all holding the white paper because I don't think there's any white papers on this anymore. Yeah.
Savulch, we know that the Vulcan launch is now expected to be later this year. Hey, some news! The national team system, the Descent, the Ascent, and the Transfer Element would be launched on top of the also yet to be built New Glenn. Based on what little we know, the Centaur seems to be much closer to completion than the New Glenn. Though we have seen some photos before today.
I know on Thursday they gave some images. They gave some new test articles. I think they've built they're working on building the second stages, and I think they're working on the first orbital vehicle, so. Well, here's the thing. It took us a decade to get to the moon because we had to invent half the technology to get there. That's the thing.
On the latter. So in this latest NASA document, check out this sentence right here. While NASA intends to exclude SpaceX from being a prime contractor under the SLD procurement, SpaceX may otherwise participate, for example, as a launch provider on another offerer's team. Huh. So what do you know? We might end up seeing starships having more tasks in the Artemis project, besides the Lunar Starship variant being just a moon taxi. All the launch vehicles that are tabled on the solicitation have to be commercial ones, as stated right here. They also have to either be certified under NASA launch services or have 3 successful launches. Or
Yeah, that's basically what it's. Yeah, that's yeah. I don't know.
Or be the launch service version of the SLS itself. No idea how that last option is a commercial one, but considering the cost per launch, nota. Let's stop and noodle around a bit for what a second HLS provider could mean overall. Over here, the more rockets, spaceships, and landers we can see launching, or we like it. Except for those ICBMs. Probably not those. We are space nerds after all. A little snag we might see along the way could be a funding issue. After all, this second option is being funded through development and construction and testing from the NASA budget. That's taxpayers' dollars. So getting that through Congress could be a tricky one. So is the second HLS lander really lowering the risks in the Artemis project as intended? Or is it just another opportunity for some companies to rake in some of that dollar?
Oh no. Corporate welfare is good when SpaceX. Bad for everybody else. I don't think there's any official interior renders. I've heard that there are real ones in the SpaceX, like I think in McGregor or somewhere where they do their engineering for the Starship program, but there's nothing publicly available. I know they exist.
Dollar bill. At the very least, we could see some serious thought on affordability in the solicitation. Here, offerer HLS bids will be assessed based on various metrics, such as dollars per kilogram.
Okay, may or may not include again, see this one's the killer. This is one of the reasons why I don't think Starship should have been picked, because cadence related kills it. You need at least 14 launches to make this thing work. That's not a good system.
Gram of down mass to the lunar surface from near rectilinear halo orbit, dollars per utile crew EVA hour, dollar per crew member on lunar surface, and lastly, cadence-related metrics such as lead times, times between repeat missions, and various missing constraints. If you want to dig further into this, we'll leave a link in the description below. So enough about the solicitation. Let's look to more recent events, specifically the Artemis 1 mission.
Yeah.
That wet dress rehearsal didn't go so well, huh?
What are you talking about? They got it to T-29. Wait, when was this? When was this video uploaded? Why doesn't it say when it was published? Two months ago. So 2 months ago, when was the last wet dress rehearsal? That was at the end of this month. That was the end of last month, wasn't it? When was the second West? Yeah, it worked. They got a T-29. There was a leaky valve. I think there was one or two other issues they had, but that was pretty much just teething issues for the launch platform. So, I think actually the National Team Lander had an elevator too. They just didn't showcase it. So, yeah, again, it worked. These guys don't understand what any of these words mean.
Initially, there seemed to be some problems getting the SLS out of the VAB in the first place. An issue with the Mobile Launcher 1 crawler platform, a fault with the launch tower.
Again, that's just teething issues. The last time this thing rolled out to Pad 39B was Ares 1X back in 2009. So, communicate with me something directly. My email address is in the About tab. You click on my name, right? You click on my name, it'll show you the different tabs. Go to the About section. My email address is in there. Please don't stalk me. I use Discord, but I don't know how to. But I'm a boomer, so. See, I want to see Artemis 1, but I just don't have the schedule for it. I'm going on vacation next week, so. Oh no. Oh god, you're just gonna do something bad.
The faulty fan system and overpressure valve in the ground support
Okay, this is the first wet dress rehearsal. Yeah, it's just teething issues with the launch pad.
infrastructure saw the WDR get pushed back to the 9th of April. Another reason for the pushback here was to allow for the launch of Axum 1 crewed mission, which also ascended from the Cape. Once this had passed and testing had resumed on the SLS, another issue surfaced. This time in the form of a helium check valve in the interim cryogenic upper stage, not functioning as expected. This caused another delay with the test and ended up altering the plan for the WDR2. The altered scope for the WDR would include the filling of the SLS core stage, and only a minimal fuel test on the interim cryogenic upper stage to account for the faulty valve. Fast
Yeah,
forward.
but here's the thing: you could do QBS, qualification by similarity on ICPS. It's just procedural. Again, this guy doesn't know what any of that means.
April 14th, during this reduced scope wet dress rehearsal, NASA found a leak on the tail of the service mast umbilical. The
Yep.
ground support equipment loads hydrogen through these umbilicals into the SLS rocket itself, connected to the base of the core stage. So even running the test at the reduced scope, NASA had to pull the plug. So by the time you're watching this video, the SLS will have been rolled back to the VAB so that the engineers can fix these various issues that have arisen during the SLS test campaign so far. After those repairs are complete, NASA will likely go with one of two options. Option 1. After the repair works are successfully carried out, the flight abort system will be brought online and SLS will be rolled out to Pad 39B. Hopefully, after a successful wet dress rehearsal, the Artemis 1 will be then launched. Option number 2.
Yep.
The SLS will be rolled to Pad 39B. Another wet dress rehearsal will take place. Roll the rocket back into the VAB, arm the flight abort system, and then roll it back out.
Hey, that's what they're doing. That's what they did. Again, this guy's treating this as if it's like a massive failure of the system, but it's not. It's just teething issues at this point. I don't know what he's complaining about. He's only complaining about this because it's not SpaceX. If it was SpaceX, he would come up with 80,000 justifications to why it's better. It's okay, but whatever.
Out for the Artemis 1 mission launch. NASA isn't setting a launch date for Artemis 1 until the wet dress rehearsal tests are completed. But even then, it's looking like the first SLS launch isn't going to happen before the end of June, it seems. With fallback dates ranging from the late July all the way through to early August.
Late August. August 29th. Woo! Woo! It's happening.
The story reminds us that valves are finicky little creatures. Point
Yes.
in case, the OFT-2 campaign of the Boeing Starliner of
Yep.
August last year. During their standard checkups prior to launch, they found
Okay, now they're talking about it. It's 10 minutes in. This is misleading. This is misleading.
that 13 out of the 24 oxidizer valves had gotten stuck. That isn't the end of Boeing's story on Starliner though. The game plan for the next attempt of the OFT-2 test campaign is currently scheduled for the 19th of May this year, with
When was this uploaded? It doesn't say. Why doesn't it say when it was uploaded?
the newly built service module. Vote now in the comments which one you think will fly first. SLS with its WDR, Starliner with their valve and software issues, or Starship VFAA round 396.
Well, we know which one came first. This one, and it's this one, and then it's gonna be this one late next year. I've heard rumors that it's gonna take them another year to get this to work. So, yeah, look, the title is called "Will Starliner Fly?" Look at that title. That's fucking misleading. No, it's a Starliner video. This is misleading.
Let's see what you all think out there. Wondering what to do next? Why not smash those buttons down there below me? Leave
Okay.
a like, consider subscribing if you aren't already, and if you saw something that you just have to show your space nerd friend in here, no worries. The share button got you covered.
Oh,
Hope you
no.
all have a nice day. See
This
you
is
in the
great.
next episode. Till then, it's on to the future.
No, you're stuck somewhere, man.
Smash.
This isn't good. This isn't... There is no quality control. There is no quality control. Any idea what floating landing pad will... Are they using oil rigs? I think that's what they're going to use eventually. There's no... Again, SpaceX is burning money trying to get Starship to even work, so... This is amazing. What else have they done?
Hello.
I don't want to listen to him. This is just... Oh God. This is just awful. Yeah. Real engineering? Oh, I forgot to put the fair use rocket up. Uh-oh. Here we go. This looks pretty normal. This looks kind of generic. I don't see much that's interesting. Spin launch. Oh, I'm going to talk about spin launch next year. I'm doing that next year. I'll talk about spin launch next year. Isn't there one called like tech space? Isn't this like these guys? Yeah, this guy. I just got to see this. I don't want to do Everyday Aster. I'm done with him. This is all insane. That's funny. What the fuck is this shit? This is hilarious. Yeah, again, it's... I don't know if these people... What's the about say? Oh. This is funny. It happened. Just happened. Game over. Oh no, it's the mystery flesh pit. This is funny. Yeah, spin launch is just spin launch is just spinny space gun. This is hilarious. Okay, is there any other channels that no, I'm not going to cover integrated space systems. I'm not covering this guy. We're seeing him in 2 weeks, so I'm not going to do him. Oh yeah, spin launch will be entertaining to see blow up if it does. Okay, are there any more of these people that we've looked at before? Making sense. Okay, wait. There's one about aliens. Wait, really? He's talking to alien? Oh, okay. We'll do this one.
There are billions of habitable planets.
Hey, 1.25. So double bubble kit know your rocket will be part of it'll be a low cost launch vehicle, big dumb booster, know your rocket. I'm gonna put them all together in one because I can't really talk about individual ones. Like, oh yeah, so here's the one paper that talks about it that I can find. All right, let's go to the next one. That's just Mystery Flush Pit's in Texas. I know, but he made a response to Adam something that was horrible, and he was wrong on the internet. Felix Schlang, he looks like Dr. We'll do that. I gotta see this. We gotta do this first.
It's in our galaxy alone.
Hi, Stephen. Oh no.
The James Webb Space Telescope is shaping up to be one of the most significant breakthroughs for humankind regarding space observation. Being far more powerful than all other space telescopes ever launched by humans, the scientific community has high hopes.
Is this just the script? Oh, this is fake.
It will enable them to study very distant objects in space as they have never been able to. One of the objects the JWST will study is Proxima b, to see whether artificial lights are coming from the planet. Yes, you heard right.
No.
Scientists want to know if the light's coming from Proxima b.
My God, this is just InfoWars. This is...
Due to aliens.
This is hilarious.
What does JWST see when it focuses on the exoplanet, and how does it affect you? Join us as we dive into the James Webb Artificial Lights discovery on Proxima b that changes everything.
It hasn't even looked over there.
Exoplanets dot the universe and contain lots of secrets. These are any planets located beyond our solar system. Most of them orbit other stars, but free-floating exoplanets called rogue planets orbit the galactic center and remain untethered to any star. While exoplanets are plentiful...
Oh no, Adam, he's not supporting propaganda.
Most of the ones discovered so far are in a relatively small
KYR is Know Your Rocket.
Region of our galaxy, the Milky Way. In actual fact, there are more planets than stars in the galaxy. By measuring exoplanet sizes using diameters and masses using weights, scientists can see compositions ranging from very rocky, similar to the Earth and Venus, to very gas-rich, like Jupiter and Saturn. Exoplanets are made up of elements identical to the so-called wobble method. Detecting exoplanets is tough, but studying them after detection is even harder. For this reason, astronomers have not been able to explore one of the most popular exoplanets, the Proxima b, as much as they wish, despite all of the great stuff.
Oh my God, this is boring.
All represent the same star, known as HD 84406, seen by a different primary nerve segment. Collecting the light used to generate the image mosaic took about
where are the gosh
interacting on the planet's surface. The planet lies very close to its star, completing one orbit every 11 Earth days.
Yes.
The temperature on the surface of the planet could be between minus 90 degrees and 30 degrees Celsius, or minus 130 and 86 Fahrenheit. What if aliens live on Proxima b? If that is the case, there is speculation that its improbable life could develop on the dayside due to a constant stream of intense radiation from its host star.
Boring.
The reason is that Proxima b orbits just 4.5 million miles out, or about a tenth of the distance Mercury is from the Sun at its closest point. Radio signals have already been detected from the area around Proxima b.
Okay, what's this?
Welcome to the Terran Space Academy. Please don't forget to like and subscribe.
Okay, let's see. Is there anything... Okay, what is the ultimate chemical rocket engine? The thermodynamic genius of Starship Tech. Okay, we're doing this. Oh, this is horrible.
Hello and welcome to the Terran Space Academy, where we help prepare you for a bright future in the space industry.
No, you're not doing that at all. This is great.
Week, while preparing our lesson on hypersonic flight, I was busy getting ready to travel and visit my mother,
These are the worst. No offense, man, but you gotta make better thumbnails.
who is still going strong after spending half a century as a nurse. Mothers have a unique place in our life, and Mother's Day is an important time. So I was rushing when I looked at the normal shock tables and calculated the temperature at Mach 5. As soon as I did, I was surprised by the value I got. T1 is the upstream temperature, before compression in the shock wave. T2 is the downstream temperature that an aircraft experiences flying just behind the shock wave. Now don't confuse the shock wave with the sound barrier.
Oh, God.
You can outrun the sound
and
have it chase you along.
Where's the thermodynamic?
But you never outrun.
Why are we talking about
and being
brains?
nonverbal. It can only give us a strange feeling that something is wrong.
What is going
Sometimes
on?
in the pit of our stomach, without specifying exactly what.
What are you doing?
The Rankine scale is another absolute scale of thermodynamic temperature.
Yeah, it's Fahrenheit Celsius. Yeah, it's Fahrenheit Kelvin. What is this? What's this guy going on?
Physicist McCorn Rankine. It starts at absolute zero also, but increases by the same measure as the Fahrenheit scale. Some industries in America still use Einstein condensate or plasma.
I don't care.
In a solid, all the atoms are fixed in place.
Great.
This phase shift is called sublimation.
I don't care.
Any phase shift, calculating the heat energy in a gas and calculating the point at which all atomic motion would stop. H equals U plus P times V. In this equation, H represents the total enthalpy of all subsystems. U is the internal energy. This is the sum of all kinetic, potential, chemical, electrical, nuclear, and other energy associated with the system. P is the pressure and V is the temperature since we are on Earth, and we'll call this T0.
Hey, this is the only good slide so far. This is good. But what is this? What is this formatting? What is this formatting?
We have a pipe running to these valves that open and allow the fuel and oxidizer to run into the combustion chamber. Liquids don't mix well and can't combust. So
what? No, yes they can. What are you talking about? You've got two right there.
How do we turn these liquids into a gas in this engine?
Oh, okay.
One way is to pump them through something called a pintle. This is a pintle.
Oh, yeah. I'll show you my pintle, buddy. Okay, but what are we...
Fuel tank also. This hot gas offsets the cooling effects of the phase shift from liquid to gas.
Okay.
We can't, however, pump hot fuel into the oxygen tank, or things would not go well. In the Starship, we see that liquid oxygen is used to cool this part of the oxygen-rich turbopump. That flashes the liquid into a gas, and we can use that very hot oxygen gas to pressurize and heat the oxygen tank.
Bob Truax invented that.
Now the hot methane gas and hot oxygen gas can combine in the combustion chamber at very high pressures without combustion instabilities.
Wait, Captain? Oh. Okay. Any other weird people? Private? I don't care. Oh, there's another guy. Logically answered. I found him. This guy. This guy's made some videos about SpaceX. Logic. Oh, he's got ANCAP colors, which means, oh yeah, oh geez. We'll do what about it next.
Over the past several years, SpaceX has received a lot of well-deserved praise and acclamation for their strides in lowering rocket launch costs. Another organization, however, that isn't nearly as celebrated is India Space Organization.
That's true. We're too America-centric on this. India does good things.
ISRO. For decades, ISRO has slowly but consistently been driving down the cost of missions across the board, including orbital missions, lunar missions, and even Martian missions. So here's a story of the space underdog, ISRO.
Is this a
ISRO was officially founded on August 15, 1969, but the organization's roots stretch back decades. The earliest known roots trace back to Indian physicist S.K. Mitra in the 1920s. Mitra was most famously known for his experiments relating to ionospheric soundings.
Okay, this is boring. It's misleading. Here we go. How SpaceX simulates NASA budget. Let's see.
NASA's space shuttle program was revolutionary, as it was the first major step at regularizing space travel and introducing the concept of rocket reusability. However, one realm in which it was not revolutionary was cost. Despite one of the main promises of the space shuttle being cheaper spaceflight, like with most other government-sponsored programs, this space shuttle...
No. Oh, right, because this guy's an ANCAP, right? He's got ANCAP colors, so... Just saying. Oh god, it's 11 p.m. Okay, we'll do... Yeah, okay, we'll see if this guy says anything. Trying too many things. Ran way too long. ISS. This is boring. No purpose. Okay. Clear focus. Oh, no. Startup culture. Yeah, that's not good. Strong competition. Oh, gosh. Astron. Okay, we'll do this. X. This guy.
Do you?
Oh, good. We're arguing about Russia, Ukraine. Please don't. It's going to make the Know Your Rockets for Russia really hard, by the way. Okay, what is this? What's the most popular? I always go to the most popular video. Okay, these are all old. What's the newest one? Apogee. Isn't that run by, what's that guy's name? He's on Twitter. Kent Kirkland, the fourth, which, I mean, who gets to be called the fourth, right? Apogee. Well, first, okay. Which future? Well, I want Star Trek, because Star Trek's cool. I could go die on yeah, with no OSHA. So, Apogee space. Apogee. Oh no. Is there demand for Starship? Okay, so.
This video.
Okay, so remember. I did a market analysis for Starship. Okay, so just remember this. I've talked about the Starship launch market. That doesn't exist. Well, I think they're in different inclinations and have different docking adapters, so I don't think they can dock. Also, ISS is going down by the end of the decade. Well, the problem is when I start talking about this, I don't want people to start commenting on the situation, because I don't want to. It's like when I talk about like the Shavit launcher, that's going to open a can of worms. Also, it's going to be kind of hard to find, because I know there's one, there's one site you can find all this footage of like Cyclone. And it's a Russian site, so I don't know if I can get to it even, but I think I can. All the footage, but you know.
Video is sponsored by Surfshark VPN. In the intro, which you should definitely watch before this.
I'm the 82nd thousand viewer. That's amazing. Okay, I'm really. News about Neutron. I have not heard. I know there was an update on it recently, but I'm not following that till it's done.
One if you haven't yet. We examined what sets Starship apart from other rockets. On today's episode, we'll be taking a deep dive into one crucial question. Is there demand for Starship? A high launch cadence is essential for Starship to be fully realized. And this is more than just an engineering challenge. Even if SpaceX can achieve a rapid launch cadence, there needs to be something for Starship to take to space on each of those flights. So let's see what the future may hold for Starship.
Okay, let's do this.
If you like the videos I make, please consider giving it a thumbs up and subscribe if you want to see more. It really helps the channel grow and reach new people. If you want to help Apogee in other ways, you can support me on Patreon and get early access to videos, exclusive podcasts, and more. Or join the...
Wait, when's India launching SSLV? We'll do that after this.
The Apogee Discord for free with the link in the description. And finally, check out the Apogee store for posters, stickers, and apparel, like the brand new full send Starship t-shirts and posters to celebrate this series. Now onto the video.
Oh, jeez.
So, Starship, a 100-ton rapidly reusable launch vehicle.
That's yet to be demonstrated.
It sort of begs the question, are there hundreds of tons of stuff needing to go to space every few days? The short answer is no. Not right now.
I knew it!
As far as we know, there's not any customers planning to launch a bunch of 100-ton objects soon, so what will Starship actually have to launch? There's a common misconception that rockets need to fly at or near 100% capacity.
Oh no, he's gonna do the thing where he can...
This just isn't the case. Even today's expendable rockets rarely fly at their max capacities. The vast majority of payloads launching today are less than 15 tons. So how could Starship compete?
Again, yeah, I'm live streaming. I got the notification when I started. 11:40 p.m. It's already launched. Eastern Daylight Time. Yeah, that would be 10:48 for here. Which means it's already launched. Wait. Come on, load. ISRO. Oh, come on. I think we just missed it. Wait, ISRO official? Is that it?
अभी उपग्रह के प्रमोशन की जानकारी आ चुकी है। EOS 2 को सफलतापूर्वक अंतक्षेपित कर दिया गया है।
Hi, Aussie Spear. I like how everyone's there.
Following the combined coast phase, the VTM ignition cutoff and EOS 0302 separation, Azadi Sat separation, these flight events have taken place.
Oh,
जी हाँ, इसकी पुष्टि कर दी गई है। EOS 2 तथा आज़ादी सैट को उनके उद्देश्य कक्षा में स्थापित कर दिया गया है।
I thought they weren't interested. I know they're working with the Russians for their crew program. So, but I think, yeah.
The outcome of the mission is yet to be announced by the Range Operations Director.
Yeah, so waiting for confirmation.
मिशन की सफलता की औपचारिक घोषणा कुछ ही क्षणों में की जाएगी।
See if they made it. Then we'll get back to the market thing. So it looks like they're in a coast phase and waiting for reignition. It's an all-solid system, so... Yeah, I want a large.
Viewers can stay tuned to the ISRO media portals to know the outcome of the mission of SSLV D1 EOS 02 mission.
They're not gonna tell? Well, there's also, remember, there's also the commercial orbital attempts that NASA is going to try the next decade. Yeah, so they're waiting, I think they're waiting for the third stage to ignite to put it into orbit. They're waiting. Okay. There was one guy, he had a cool beard. Anything? Yeah, so yeah.
Visuals from the mission control centers on your screens right now.
Yes.
The experts looking at their monitors very intently.
Someone's bored. we'll check back in on this.
With smaller vehicles that are far more optimized for the existing market of payloads. After all, these smaller vehicles cost way less to develop, they're cheaper to build, they use less fuel, they require less infrastructure to launch, and so on. You may have heard it said that you wouldn't charter a 747 to fly something across state lines. You would
I said that. He's watched the video. He's seen it. He's seen it.
A small Cessna. This isn't actually true. If it was the cheaper option of the two, you would take the 747 almost every time.
But it's not actually the cheaper option now, is it? Again, this guy doesn't understand. Okay, we've already established he doesn't know anything about how to optimize for cost.
No matter how overkill its performance may be. The same will be true for Starship.
No, it won't.
Just because it has a massive capability doesn't mean it must be relegated to flying only massive payloads. As discussed in the series intro, Starship will likely be much cheaper than Falcon 9 to fly.
Nope, I've done the math. No, it won't. You don't understand how this works.
Meaning that every payload Falcon 9 has flown, no matter how small, Starship could have flown for less.
That doesn't...
Full
No!
rapid reusability, if achieved.
Okay, what's the number? Give me the number that you're using. Lasers? What would you use the lasers for? Yeah, but I also... Okay, remember, Starship Part 3 was just Parts 1 and 2 put together. Yeah, again, that's the problem. Right, okay, so let's say it is cheaper to fly just the 747, fuel fully loaded from Atlanta to Huntsville International, because it's actually rated for 747, I think. Cool. There's no 747 facilities here at Huntsville. You can land it here, but you gotta fly it back somewhere to be serviced. So if it breaks, it's fucked, right? It's the same, everywhere the book Shuttle Down, it's about a polar shuttle launch that landed on Easter Island, written by a guy who figured out that would be a problem. Because Easter Island could land a shuttle, but you couldn't get it off the island. Okay? It doesn't, it's like, again, yeah, or it's again, it's using a semi-truck to do grocery shopping. Sure, dollars per kilogram wise, a semi-truck's probably way more better and way more efficient. If I bought a year's worth of food that fill up a semi-truck, but then I'd use it once, okay, or I could use it for quick grocery shops. But great, I can't park it in the parking lot at the Kroger because it doesn't work, right? It doesn't fit. I can't park it out front of my house because my street's too thin. My neighbors would hate me, right? It's, oh gosh, yeah. It doesn't understand practical versus possible. This is annoying. Yeah, I have a copy of Shuttle. I think I have a first edition. It's the only edition printed. Yeah, it's quick. It's a quick, easy read. It's like, yeah, it's very short. So, yeah, it's also interesting to see kind of the ideas what were being present on the shuttle program if it could ever hit the program, because they were talking about like using Titan engines to help. But yeah, it's really cool. Okay, we'll get back to this.
Could make Starship cheaper to launch than most rockets in existence, even small launchers. And this is before we even mention ride-sharing payloads to save costs.
Okay, I assumed that. Oh, jeez. He doesn't understand my argument because I don't think people like him understand. No offense to him.
So, up front, I just wanted to dispel the notion that there isn't demand for Starship because there aren't a bunch of monolithic 100-ton payloads.
Okay, again, I know he's addressing me. I know he is. What's the top comment? Again, no one's mentioned me, so I guess he's ignoring it. Whatever. Oh wait, maybe newer comments. Correct. Yeah, okay, whatever. Yeah, again, there's plenty of... I know one of the uses for like a launch laser would be to shoot down satellites. That'd be cool.
Needing to be launched. In fact, Starship seems well positioned for competing in almost every sector of today's launch market.
Again, why don't we all use semi-trucks? He doesn't understand. I think this kid's I think he just graduated college, so that makes sense.
Break that down further in a second. But first, I want to give a quick thanks to Surfshark VPN for sponsoring this episode.
It's always
a virtual private network or below. Let's take a quick look at how well adapted Starship is to the current launch market.
Someone's already talked about this. I could do that, but I don't want to because I'm afraid of what I'll see. Okay, so who's done this analysis already? It's a shame it's on my old laptop, which is dead. But, yeah, again.
Typical medium and large satellites are obviously in its wheelhouse, both to low Earth orbit and geostationary orbit. As stated in the intro, Starship can launch more mass to GTO.
Oh, that's wrong. That number's wrong. It's 17. So he's already wrong. That's great. I think NASA Spaceflight does like interviews. I know that because again, it's a website, so they run that too. It's kind of a mix of journalism and form. It's kind of like a Reddit for spaceflight enthusiasts, but it's of course been kind of taken over by you know who. But okay, so we're already off to a bad start because he's using the wrong number for Starship. So this is great.
Than any existing or planned competitor, and it has enough room to rideshare several big satellites to GTO at once. Starship also looks well positioned to launch the ever-growing list of constellations. High launch cadence mixed with large volume,
which has to be demonstrated,
and mass capabilities means Starship can deploy constellations rapidly, and it's even conceivable that Starship could deploy an entire small-sat constellation in just one launch. The moon is getting more and more
I get 30 tons at full expendability. I know, I got 20 tons at full expendability using the Silverberg launch calculator. Now again, that was based on data I had access to in November 2021, which is obviously was out of date like 2 weeks later because fuck me, I guess. But again, it was somewhere, yeah, I got 17-ish. Bernd Leitenberger gets somewhere around 15, but I don't know if that's the most updated. He had the most updated data. If you use a 95% confidence interval, then it's somewhere around 20. You'd have to look at how SpaceX is running their estimation schemes, which might be optimistic. So again, these numbers don't mean anything. And I'm assuming they're doing aerobraking for landing to slow down and land. I think they talked about that.
Attention as NASA's Artemis program heats up. And honestly, it's hard to imagine a vehicle better poised to rake in cislunar contract.
Yes, you mean a vehicle that can't leave, that is crap past low Earth orbit. You don't God.
Than Starship. Starship is likely to eat up a big portion of these contracts the later half of this decade, the same way Falcon Heavy is currently raking in lunar missions left and right. And this would of course be on top of all the missions for the HLS Starship and other potential future Starship roles in Artemis, such as bases and so on.
So no real missions, just the ones you've imagined.
Now, hot off the heels of Inspiration 4, we have to talk about human spaceflight and tourism.
No. Oh, I hit the
SpaceX has already
sorry.
said there are many more private missions being planned for Dragon right now. If Starship can be made to safely and routinely launch and land...
So, top lasers, you think it could use... I know that someone's talking about using launch lasers. I don't know if they're practical. But I think the problem is getting the power right. Because I know the one that was talked about, I think there's a Larry Niven or Jerry Purnell short story where people ride up on like solid powered laser pumped capsules to orbit, and it's like the entire power production of the state of Texas. You know, it dimmed the lights, but Falcon Heavy has been getting missions, but I think 90% of them are government. So again, it's one of these things where he's extrapolating from imagination what he wants to be true, and he's going from there. I looked at Starship commercial capabilities from what can we do with what we have, based on what I can gather from this. It's just, you know.
Then it will almost certainly book more of these sorts of missions.
But these missions are prohibitively expensive. You can't afford them.
On short flights, Starship can easily fit hundreds of people.
How can it safely hold hundreds of people? Again, price has never been set. Crew systems will always be more expensive than non-crew. That's one of the smart things with Starship design was to have a separate cargo and crew vehicle. That's probably the smartest thing they've done so far. But
people at a time at a significantly lower launch price will make tickets cost a fraction of what they did on Dragon. Now, SpaceX has already booked one lunar tourist flight on Starship, Dear Moon, so I would also expect more of this sort of mission as time passes as well.
Okay, no one can afford that, though. Again, you're using unrealistic numbers, but, jeez.
Space stations are also going to be a big ticket item over this next decade. The ISS will be aging out of operation soon, and NASA has a plan to replace it with Commercial LEO Destinations, or CLDs. I don't have time to go into all of the details on this right now, but trust me, a video is coming.
Oh, I know there's one for microwave launching at heat exchangers on the engine so you can actually build an SSTO. I've heard of that one. That doesn't sound very practical. It's a neat idea, but I don't think it's very practical.
What that means for Starship is opportunity. Opportunity.
Okay. Payloads that don't exist.
To launch these space stations, resupply these space stations, ferry people to and from these stations, and perhaps even be the station. It's known that SpaceX has bid to be a CDL, and they likely bid a variant of Starship formatted to be a space station. That's a long way of saying that if Starship works, it's well positioned to compete for contracts in basically all existing niches of the orbital launch market. Suborbital applications is another arena of potential demand, but we'll have to save that topic for another video.
No, suborbital demand is... okay, okay.
So, the same vehicle is going to carry small sats, GeoBirds...
No, it's not. No. No. Dear Moon is entirely dependent on Starship, and Starship developments... it's, Yeah, I remember that. It was the MHD using magnetohydrodynamics to power it, and then I remember that. I read that one once. It was Atomic Rockets talked about it.
Base stations, people, and take stuff to the moon. This spawns a lot of questions. How can the largest rocket in history compete economically with dedicated small and medium lift rockets? Will the customer launching a huge space station pay the same price?
That's really neat animation, by the way. Props to Alexander Svan. That's some good art. Yes, they did. I knew that. Yeah, because I don't remember I read this a while ago. I just stopped caring about Starship because I just don't care. But
price as the 500 kilogram small sat customer. With expendable rockets, we're used to launch prices falling within a fairly tight range. But like with most things, I expect Starship will have a very different sort of pricing.
Okay. If it's anything less than $40 million, he's full of shit. He has no idea what he's talking about. Okay? What do you think he's going to guess? I'm going to leave like a minute for you to guess. Guess the price he's going to guess. I know people got really mad at my price estimates, so... Actually, someone sent me a price estimate for Starship that the optimistic case was 600 million, which everyone got mad at me for 250, but here they were talking about 600 with their based on the shuttle, which not the best example, but okay. Okay, you're all so pessimistic people. I think he's gonna launch. You're gonna pay him to launch.
Let's break down how a rocket arrives at a launch price. This subject is obviously pretty complex, so this example is simplified, but it should give the general principles. Let's say this green bar is the average price a customer pays to ride to space on this expendable rocket. We can break this price down into two parts: the internal cost, the price it costs the company to launch the rocket, and the profit, which is the difference between the internal cost and the launch price. This is the cash the company gets to take home. We can break down the internal cost further into three main categories. How much it costs to fly the rocket, that's your insurance, pad repairs, fuel costs, and so on. And then you have your...
Assessment based on cost per mission with Falcon 9's Dragon's 200. Yeah, it's possible. Let's see. Yeah, I remember someone he sent it to me. It was a while back.
Build costs, the material, labor, and tools involved in constructing the rocket that you can only use once. And finally, your annual fixed costs.
Only use once. Again, expendable is, at a certain flight rate, expendable will always be better than reusable. You'll never be able to amortize out. It's the, Jesus. I'm actually going to remake my So You Want to Build a Low-Cost Launch Vehicle video, because of stuff like this. Because the first one was awful. I mean, that's like my 5th video. That one sucks. But I'm going to remake that just to break down better.
Divided by the number of missions you expect to fly that year. Let's say that it's spread over 5 launches, since that's the average annual launch of Atlas V for the past 5 years. Now, let's look at a fully reusable rocket like Starship. We still have our profit and the internal cost.
Oh, okay, so he's already into fantasy mode. He doesn't know what these numbers are, he's just making shit up. Okay, cool. So imaginary, again, we're in Fantasyland. Everything he says is just fantasy.
Breakdown of our internal costs changes dramatically. Obviously, we still have the operational cost to launch the rocket.
Oh, okay.
But now we don't have to build a new rocket every single...
Again, he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand the subject. Cool. So we've already established this guy doesn't understand the subject. Oh, God.
Time we launch a mission. So we can divide the build cost by how many times we expect our rocket to be used. Now, reusing the rocket isn't free, and even though Starship is being designed to have as little maintenance between flights as possible, there will still be some cost associated with inspection and refurbishment. So, we can add a new category to the breakdown of internal costs, refurbishment, but it's only a small amount.
How do you know that? How do you know it's that? Oh, he made it up. Well, okay, SLS is probably going to be more expensive than Starship. I think if they hit any reasonable flight rate, Starship will probably be less expensive than SLS. Cargo version. Crew version, of course, they'll be, I don't know. It's hard to estimate because crew rating Starship's going to be an absolute nightmare. But what was I saying? I forgot what I was saying. Oh well.
As for our annual fixed cost, well, we can fly the rocket a lot more since we don't have to build a new one for every mission.
At a certain flight rate, that becomes more economically feasible, and it's 100 flights a year, buddy.
So now we can divide our annual operating cost by...
Yeah, but the problem, again, this guy just got out of college. He doesn't understand any of this. No offense, again, of course you can say it about me, I just got out of college. I'm still technically in it, but he doesn't understand this because he's never read anything on the subject. He reads Twitter threads by high school students and, people who obsess over this subject, but they don't actually read anything beyond a few studies that agree with them. I look for anything on pressure feds, right? I actually cite in my OTRAG study the article that disproves that that OTRAG would work. I cite that because ground support kills OTRAG, but you didn't hear that from me. I'm assuming you've just responded to the part about flight rate, like 100 flights per year. Yeah. We'll get back to this.
By a lot more than 5.
Oh my god, I gotta go to bed soon.
25 times last year. And
how many flights of those were Starlink? I did this. It was, yeah.
Only its first stage is reusable. Basically, even if operations remain...
Again, first stage reuse is really a lot easier than second stage reuse. I've talked about that.
The same, all other costs can become so small that your internal cost is way lower than it is with an expendable rocket. Now, lower cost due to reuse is no surprise, at least it shouldn't be.
Cadence, and how you build it, of course, right? A reusable, hydrogen system is going to need more flights. It's going to be more expensive and take longer to be, but again, he doesn't understand this.
But what you may notice is that the price range has grown dramatically. I believe we will see Starship launches with some wildly different pricing. There may be Starship flights where the customer is only...
Okay, who had 10 million? 10 million. Who had it? Go check out better without the nasties. Yes, yep. Depends on how you define nasties. Obviously, all oxidizers are nasty, but I got one. I have a propellant. I just got to optimize this thing better. So he's made up. So again, 10 million. David Nagy. Oh yeah, David Nagy. He's a high school student who tried to get someone fired for saying something he didn't like. David Nagy, he's a high school student, so don't listen to a fucking thing he says. He's like a freshman in college. He thinks he knows everything. So, yeah, ignore him. He's a loser. Sorry, David, but you're a loser. We know the price reduction of using... That's quite true. We don't really know the true internal pricing. I've heard somewhere around 35 million is the actual launch price, but, again, it's speculation. So... Woofna, I looked at that.
Only paying a few $1,000,000. Let's say it's a small sat contract and SpaceX is bidding against small launchers like Electron and Astra. So it must bid competitively and...
Okay, but here's something that Electron we know can do. It can hit the orbit they want. Starship will never be able to do that because it's too big. It will never have the shooting accuracy that they want for a CubeSat launch. Again, small satellites are like this, right? They're not that big, right? CubeSats are what? Like this big. You know, they're not that big. Why would you use a Starship for something this big unless you're launching 1 million of them? Yes.
Eat deep into that profit margin. But at the same time, there may also be customers paying well over $50 million to fly on Starship because their payload...
look, 50 million. Again, he's doing something here that's really dumb, which is he's assuming that the launch price is something like $2 million per launch. He doesn't give you a real launch cost because he doesn't know what that is. He's just making it up. He's going based off a Twitter thread that said it was $8 million because they bid that on Tropics. Because I can predict these people. What do I think about nuclear rockets? They're cool. Actually, near on the drive to my office, there is one of them on display. So, but again,
requires a medium lift rocket, in which case SpaceX will be bidding against rockets like Vulcan and New Glenn, which are likely to be priced north of $100 million.
Again, but here's the thing. What if the mission requires something that Starship can't do, like leave low Earth orbit? You know?
Allowing SpaceX to charge way more and recoup some of their investment into Starship. For now, I expect them...
Which they've sunk about $20 billion into, by the way.
...to price each launch near the maximum they can get for it, the same way they've done with Falcon 9. Moving on from our current market, it's important to ask, can lowering launch prices grow more...
Oh, good, now we're into fantasy land. We're into what I've said. Yeah, again, it's because he's never read any studies. He's never read any studies that don't agree with him. That isn't a Twitter thread, that isn't a Reddit thread, or from NASA spaceflight forums run by some guy like RobotBeat, who's a compulsive liar. So again, it's that you can tell how people like this get their information. It's because it's selective. They pick what they want to be true, and they ignore everything else. So anyone who disagrees with them is wrong by default, right? I am wrong inherently. Also, just, I'm tired, so my mood's kind of changed. We'll finish this video. We'll do a quick, good night, and then I'm going to go to bed because I got to do stuff tomorrow.
Market and lead to more demand for Starship and others. This is asking the question, is demand for launch elastic or inelastic?
I guess several billion, but nearly... I've heard, again, this is rumor, we don't know. I've heard someone say they've spent well north of 10 billion. There's a guy, LCS Big Mike, I think his name is. He's got the Kerbal profile picture on Twitter. He's got people he knows that say it's been north of 10 billion, which makes sense. So,
plastic. In my opinion, this question has largely been settled. Since the reduction in launch costs brought forth by rockets such as Falcon 9, we have seen the birth of constellations and mega...
Okay, so the first mega constellation that's this big is SpaceX's. They've launching their own payload. Again, I'm going to be crude for a second because I'm assuming you're all above the age of 18. It's like saying I've had sex hundreds of times because I can jerk off twice a day. I have never had sex, but if I count jerking off, I have. It's insane. He does not understand this at all. He actually believes that this guy actually believes that the block buy of Amazon for Kuiper is evidence that the launch market's growing. No, it's not. It's 1996 all over again. The only difference is we'll actually see some of these boondoggles fly because they have billionaires backing them, not investors. It's crazy.
Constellations by SpaceX, Amazon, OneWeb, Telesat, and other private companies and governments. Analysts expect the space economy to triple in the next...
It's about shooting accuracy. So here's the thing. So there's this, let's say, Starship engines are what's Raptor's thrust? Let's say 200,000 pounds of thrust. I think that's Merlin. We'll go with Merlin 1D, right? So let's say start and stop transients are about, 1%. Oh, JM, you didn't hear anything I said. Right, 1%, which means that let's say, so it takes, so it's an extra, 1% of that is 200,000 is 200, right? So it's an extra 200 pounds of thrust. But RL10 is like 25,000 pounds of thrust. So at 1% error is now whatever that, again, mine, what's 225,000 times 0.01, right? So it's 250 pounds extra thrust versus 2,000, right? Which means that the shooting accuracy is going to be less. Okay, I just gave a random number, but, right? And the problem is Starship is also very large, which means the error in its guidance system will probably be larger just by virtue of size. So, again, and then also, Rocket Lab has built their own kick stage. So, which the Photon engine's like this big, right? Which means it's going to burn for like 20 minutes, but the shooting accuracy is going to be way higher. We don't know the actual shooting accuracy of like Atlas V or Falcon 9 because I think that's proprietary and classified. But and again, the other problem is you're launching this, if you're launching one CubeSat on Starship, you're basically launching an empty rocket, which is not a good idea by default, right? You're making weird vibrations and modes, which that depends on SpaceX doing their own testing. So
10 to 20 years. And investment has grown by leaps and bounds.
Yeah, and you notice that, again, they're investing a lot, but we're not going to see much come out of it. What's a market bubble?
In the industry since 2012. This investment has been led by venture capital and huge financial players, Amazon, Microsoft, Google, Apple, alongside the two richest people on Earth.
Yes, that's the problem. It's people who can eat these losses of these systems failing.
Bezos and Musk. All of this attention and investment in the space sector means some amount of growth is inevitable, and we already see some of it, but it's likely only the beginning. So I think it's safe to say that the market is elastic. Just how elastic remains to be seen. It's also worth noting that there's a demand response curve to take into account. A lot of space activity and business plans take years to develop, so growth in
demand... You're making bad analogies. Cool.
Demand could potentially lag quite a few years behind a drop in price. The important question is, what business cases will financially close due to the reductions in costs brought on by Starship? I don't have the answer to this, and no one really does, but it may be a fun future episode to speculate on. Now, launch costs are only one of many cost factors for a business that's looking to operate a product or service in space. A quick list of costs off the top of my head include business operations, development, materials, testing, payload and sensors, and launch.
Cool. So if you got, you had James Webb, $10.8 billion in total. Launch price, $150 million. Right? Nothing. It's nothing. I'm in a bad mood.
So which of these cost factors can Starship potentially bring down? Business operating costs? Not really. As for development costs, Starship may bring this down a little bit due to its immense scale. Size and weight of your satellite doesn't really matter in most cases, and this could radically reduce complexity in spacecraft design and engineering.
Yeah, we reduce complexity by making the most powerful highest chamber pressure liquid engine, the most complicated liquid engine ever built. Yep, that's going to reduce price, guys. And it's definitely not going to be a Brittany. It's not going to be hard to repair and maintain. Right, RS-25s, those are the easiest part to work with.
When a kilogram isn't quite as precious, thermal and radiation management can be counteracted more easily. Still, weight will matter some for on-orbit station keeping. Materials, the same thing really. Expensive exotic materials meant to counteract the harsh space environment, while saving mass can be swapped for strong, cheap, and more common materials.
Hey, he's talking about big dumb satellites.
Huh. So some savings here. But many spacecraft parts are just expensive, period. Star trackers, solar panels, engines, and so on. Starship won't change that. Testing also won't change much. They still have to do this even if your spacecraft is resilient and may pass the tests easier. Starship also won't decrease the cost of payload and sensors. The payload I'm referring to here is the payload that goes on the spacecraft, which together become the payload of Starship. This is usually some sort of sensor, and Starship won't change that.
Like a small sat SSTO would be viable. I think a larger, again, the problem is scaling laws, right? If you look at small sat launchers, they're a lot heavier in terms of ratios of propellant to stage mass because they're just smaller. Some things do not grow linearly, right? Your battery is going to weigh a certain amount no matter what you do. Your avionics will always weigh a certain amount. Bigger rockets actually scale better. Something like Aquarius is most likely to be viable, so something around at least 1,000 pounds to low Earth orbit. So Wait, nuclear rocket would be worth it. Okay, nuclear upper stage, yes, which you would be NUS and pronounce noose. Would the advantage be to big dumb satellites? Big dumb satellites, they'll be cheaper to build. They'll be what Big Dumb Booster, the mindset behind Big Dumb anything is low tech options. So you use more off the shelf parts. Now you'll obviously have to make off the shelf parts that last longer, but we already make those, right? Think of car parts, right? Think of all windshield wiper motors. They don't fail, right? We mass produce them. They're kind of dumb, so why not use them? That's why Otrag wanted to use them for their engines. That wouldn't work. But the idea is you're gonna save high precision for saving price. There's trade-offs to everything. It's not a one-size-fits-all solution, but you could theoretically do that with more commercial components. Ideally, I haven't found any Big Dumb satellite studies, so don't quote me on anything. Big Dumb Booster, though, yeah, you could see it. Someone asked someone. Yeah, let's see. Amortization. Show me the solution is a Big Dumb Booster. Yes. It's always a Big Dumb Booster. It's the answer, obviously. Actually, again, half the designs are partially reusable, so, there's some savings there.
This cost factor. And finally, we have launch. Obviously, Starship would greatly affect the cost of this.
You don't know that. You're making things up.
Now, Rocket Lab and SpaceX are both separately looking at ways to address all of these cost factors I just mentioned.
And no one has ever done that before. What's Otrag? Percheron, Conestoga, Rotary Rocket. My future catalog.
Subscribe for discussion of that in a future episode.
Oh.
The difference here is the total cost reduction to a space business brought by Starship. No one knows what this number will be, and it will be slightly different for every business. So when we return to our question...
Wait. But what would be the aspects of a satellite that could be simplified? What I mean is antennas, sensors, PVs, etc. are harder to simplify, albeit... It's not a one-to-one comparison, but think of it. It depends on what parts you can optimize around certain parts, right? What was I thinking of? So Arthur Schmidt was the other guy who invented BDB, and he noticed that on airplanes, certain parts would cost more to fix, to change than others, right? Your wings will always be the most expensive part of your airplane because it's got to do the most. It's the most important part of your aircraft, and it's the part that's the most complicated to make. So you optimize around making that as cheap as possible to make versus landing gear, because landing gear will impact where your wings shape. Well, they interchange, but it's Wait, balloon launch? No, we're not doing raccoons here. That's heresy. Guards. I don't have any guards. So yeah, there's certain parts that cost more than others, right? Like Big Dumb Booster, right? Don't have turbo pumps. You're gonna lose, a lot of your performance. You're gonna lose some of your engine performance, but not that much compared to, pumps, right? You could, but if you could do, significant reduction in cost, you could have better deorbiting systems. You could have, better ways of doing different things. It's case dependent. It depends on what you want to do. BDB makes sense. It's a shame that no one really advocates BDB anymore. Okay, we're gonna keep doing this. We're almost halfway done.
What business cases would financially close due to the change in cost brought by Starship?
Balloon launch doesn't scale well. You can't do that.
The answer is whatever business ideas now seem possible at this cost, but weren't possible before at this cost.
Good.
Based on the evidence of elasticity from Falcon-era cost reductions, I would predict that there's going to be some growth in the market due to the cost reductions of Starship and Starship's potential competitors. How much the market grows and how long it lags behind the cost drops, I don't know.
Wait. Balloon launch with a hybrid rocket motor made of carbon composite is fully reusable. There's so much wrong with that. Well, yes, pressure feds do work on second stages. Only if the electronics and guidance systems work on those second stages. BDB, Big Dumb Booster. Minimum cost design, big pressure feds. Look at my thumbnail. That's one. Look at
Now I want
this.
to make a realistic manifest of future Starship
flights.
This is a BDB. I think this will help us better visualize the amount of flights and the cadence of them. Now, of course, this manifest presupposes that Starship works, meaning a fully reusable vehicle and a reasonable term.
Alternative rocket such as piston pumps. I've heard of those. We'd have to see those. You'd have to see some development on these.
Turnaround time of a week or so between flights.
Ian, you got to demonstrate that.
Achieved. Nothing too crazy.
That's still. Stop saying that. It makes sense to you because you've never read anything. Okay, I guess.
So let's start with next year, 2022. I think 4 test flights is a reasonable guess.
Whoops.
They'll be learning how to get to orbit and how to survive re-entry, and it's looking like they'll get approval for about 5 orbital flights.
Yeah, they got that, but it's like 75 things they have to do, which I don't think SpaceX will actually follow. But
per year from Boca Chica for early testing phase, so I would expect something close to that. I think it's very likely we will see a successful orbit before the end of 2022.
Again, this was 2021, so this is before that, but...
For 2023, I think we see at least 5 more dedicated test flights.
You're just being, again, this is my plan to, back in 3rd grade, after I saw The Core, which is one of the greatest movies ever made, I was planning an expedition to the center of the Earth. I was going to figure out how to make unobtainium, and I was going to go to the center of the Earth. But guess what? You're just making things up. What does this mean? You're not substantiating it. You're just making numbers up. Yeah, you'll investigate piston pumps. I know they did. Yeah, didn't X-Core die? I know X-Core, I think, was made of some of I think Quick Launch was a space gun. But, yeah. Yeah, Astro was trying to do MCD, but I think they just skimped out on quality control for the electronics, which is, yeah. Oh, that's why they produced... That's why they did reasonable. That's interesting.
Proving out orbital capability and practicing stuff like re-entry. As soon as Starship is making orbit reliably, they can begin offsetting the cost of these flights by flying payloads to orbit while they continue to test recovery of both stages.
Again, the problem with that is the second you lose a payload, you're never... Again, Astra's screwed because of this. So...
Just like they did with their Falcon 9 program. The first of these payloads will likely be Starlink missions with some potential rideshare customers. We may see the first dedicated customer mission around the end of this year. So I just put 4 Starlink missions and 1 customer flight.
I don't think they have customers. I've heard rumors that they put in their contracts for some Falcon 9 flights that they would put... that they said, oh, we could switch your payload over to Starship if we want to. So, Yeah. I remember X-Core, yeah. Weren't they going to build the Lynx space plane? I remember that. It was weird. Yeah, Armageddon is the longest movie trailer ever made. Yeah. I love Twister as well. That's a great movie.
Flight to bring us to an even 10 launches on the year. So launching slightly less than once a month. Next up is 2024. From here on out, I'm not putting any more dedicated test flights. Now, this doesn't mean development is over. It just means all remaining upgrades and tests are done while flying missions. Starlink is launching at about once a month.
Okay, and again, yeah, sure, they can do that because they have money to burn. They keep doing capital fundraising. I gotta stop doing this.
SpaceX is starting to sign more launch contracts for Starship, so I give them 10 customer flights this year.
Oh, good. Payloads again. My God. This guy didn't listen to anything. I think he watched Starship Part 3. I know he did. I know he watched Chris Isaac's Starship Part 3 because I guess everybody did. In Spitter, as it's called, which that means something different to me. But he didn't listen to anything I said. This is fantasy. This isn't liberal assumptions. This isn't optimistic. This is just fantasy. What do I think of Gravity? I actually like Gravity. I like the soundtrack. It looks nice. Yeah, it's wrong, but apparently the original script was twice as long and mostly orbital mechanics. And apparently the movie was partially inspired by the movie Marooned, which, that movie's boring and slow. So...
Finally, there's a Mars window late this year in Q4.
Oh God, no, don't talk about Mars. They haven't even demonstrated propellant resupply capabilities. They haven't demonstrated landing. Again, this guy doesn't understand how development works. Jeez.
We expect SpaceX to send some Starships during this opportunity. It's really just a question of how many. And in the theme of being conservative, I went with the bare minimum. 1 star.
Yes, I'm being conservative. Here's a stupid number. I'm sorry, I'm tired. Yeah. I do like the soundtrack to Armageddon. It's really good. I might talk about it in the future.
Starship refueled as little as possible just to test the flight and landing with an expected failure. So that's 4 launches. On the screen now, I'm going to start tracking potential Mars and Moon landings just so we can keep up with them.
This is fantasy.
So in 2024, we had a total of 26 launches, which means a launch every 2 weeks. So on to 2025. By now, New Glenn, Neutron, and Terran R are likely all on the market, and SpaceX has at least 3 Starship launch sites. Starlink,
Boca Chica, Kennedy. I don't think they're working in Vandenberg, because I think they're going to try to do for that launch the dogleg maneuver over Cuba. Yeah. So we're in fantasy land. And actually, I think Neutron will kill Falcon 9's rideshare capabilities. So
Link is now launching twice a month, so 24 launch.
I can stop pausing.
This year, and we'll give them the same 10 customer flights that they had last year. Remember, SpaceX is still launching on Falcon 9 and Heavy during this time as they transition. Now, you may have noticed that Artemis HLS missions should have had a test landing in 2023 and landed humans on the moon in 2024. I think this timeline is pretty much impossible at this point, so I just moved it back 2 years. So I'm putting the first uncrewed HLS landing this year in 2025, which will require about 10 flights.
Oh, no, he's wrong. It's 14. There's a guy I follow who actually works on this, who said, no, 14 is like the average they got. That's what they're aiming for. So, yeah. Okay, so Vandenberg can't support it. I'll make note of this when I announce my rocket. Yeah, I can tell this is fan fiction, Kiwi. When he started talking, I think we were 2 minutes in when we decided this was fan fiction. This is why I don't like this. This is 82,000 views, and it's wrong within 2 minutes. Everyone hates me for pointing out that Starship's never going to live up to expectations because I'm crushing the fantasy. But someone who gets these people delusional beliefs is good. It's insane. I feel like a YouTube atheist.
Bringing the annual total to 44 flights, or a launch every 8 days. Our cumulative total is now 84 launches, and they've been working on life support for HLS, so I'm thinking serious work is beginning on preparing Starship for crewed launches and landings. Now 2026. Starlink pace continues to increase, and I'm putting 36 of them this year. Again, let's add a conservative 10 customer launches. For Artemis, we have a big milestone, the first crewed HLS landing and the return of humans to the moon. That'll take about 10 launches. And finally, we have another Mars window late in the year. I'm gonna say SpaceX sends 3 ships to Mars, this time with some payload.
Again, I don't know it depends on how much it can actually do. But again, fantasy.
Probably some ISRU test equipment, and NASA will likely be involved at this point, sourcing experiments and equipment to go on the ships. This will take about 24 launches, bringing our annual total to a whopping 80, more than once per week. But don't let this big number fool you. This really isn't that ambitious for SpaceX.
It's ambitious to someone who wants to make money, which is what private investors do want to do at some point. No news on LC-49. Oh yeah, this was before they announced that. I just remembered. Yeah, because they announced that. I know they've been ruining LC-39A. Sorry, I'm a purist. Oh, God. We get 10 more minutes, don't worry.
By 2026, they could easily have 3 or 4 pads operating, 2 super heavy boosters and 3 ships or so at each pad. If we distribute these 80 launches evenly, each pad is only seeing about 20 launches per year, meaning they only have a launch every 18 days. SpaceX is already turning around Falcon 9 pads much faster than that.
Are they? I don't remember anymore.
And the ships themselves would enjoy even longer turnaround times as they swap in and out for each mission.
But again, here's the problem though. Now you're building and maintaining 4 pads, this many boosters, right? You just, again, so if you read Mike Mullane's autobiography, Riding Rockets, which I highly recommend, it's a very good book on an astronaut from one of the first shuttle astronauts, dedicated shuttle astronauts. And he talks about the golden age of the space shuttle was 1984 to January 1986, because that's when the shuttle had 9 flights a year. It was 15 flights in that period. The best cadence it had. And you want to know what happened? Everyone was overworked. Every shuttle that landed was basically cannibalized so the next one could launch on time. Right? A disaster was going to happen with shuttle, unfortunately. So again, he's making a lot of generous assumptions because again, it's awful.
On to 2027. Starship has been flying for years now, and operations are getting smoother and smoother. Starlink is launching about once a week, accounting for 52 launches, and SpaceX is beginning to phase out Falcon rockets, so the dedicated customer flights jump to 25.
Unless Starship has a massive launch failure, then it goes to 0. So
Starship has flown well over 150 times by now, and has likely landed over 100 times successfully. So
I do like these animations, though. They're cute. I'm gonna try to make an animation like this, but
Prude Starship flights are probably happening, which are included in these 20.
Prude Starship flights? I mean, sure, but I don't think, that's, it's a bit judgmental, don't you think?
5 customer flights I just mentioned. But one of those customers fall into the moon category, and that, of course, is Dear Moon. It's finally time to send these 12 passengers on their lunar flyby, requiring just 3 launches.
A 3-launch tour. A 3-launch tour. I gotta start, yeah.
We have another Artemis moon landing, bringing our moon launches on the year to 13, and netting SpaceX their 3rd lunar landing, ending the year with about 90 total launches.
I gotta stop pausing.
Next up is 2028. Again, we're getting a Starlink launch once per week, and 35 customer launches as the transition to Starship is...
What customers? What customers? Because the problem here is, again, I talked about this, even with like big dumb geosats, and if they last 15 years, because that's what they do now, you're not launching anymore. There's a limit to how many you actually need. Again, it's like titanium gold-plated like cell phones. Yeah, you could make 100 of them, but who would really buy one, right? It's like Ferraris or Lamborghinis or other expensive things, luxury items, which I consider satellites to be. So it's just, he's just making things up. He's just, again, it's the same predictions as shuttle. Where's this headphone there? Nuclear engines from just a public opinion standpoint are really hard. Who's paying for all the Starlink launches? That's a good question. It's called the 3 billion people who will buy it, because you can definitely use Starlink in cities. You can't, but whatever.
Is nearly complete. 10 more flights for an Artemis landing brings our annual total to 97, and the total number of Starship launches to a staggering 351. So before we move on to 2029, let's take a step back and look at just how much the rocket world has changed. It's the year 2028. Starship, New Glenn Jarvis, Vulcan, Terran R, and Neutron have all been flying for years. Starship has launched and landed with people several times. It's landed humans on the moon a few times, and even flown private passengers around the moon and back to Earth. And it's probably even landed on Mars. It's hitting an annual cadence of nearly 100 launches. Meanwhile, SLS has flown at most 7 times.
Yeah.
At what point does NASA start launching astronauts to the moon and returning them to Earth, all on Starship?
Once Starship proves it won't blow up on landing. Again, the landing system is called a crew killer because it's going to kill crew. It's just, yeah, and again, yeah, the essentially unobservable portable computer. Yeah, because again, it's who needs this? It's a limited market. Again, it applies to launch vehicles. There will be a cap. There won't, right? At some point, it'll hit maximum size. We don't know what that is because we just don't know. But
this could be done in addition to SLS or as a replacement. That doesn't really matter. But this conversation has got to be reaching a boiling point at this stage.
Yeah, a boiling point. How many children does Musk have? Is that a security risk? How many does he have? Stop having children, Elon. No. Why are you? What's that salute? What's that salute, Elon?
So in 2029, we start getting a few changes. I'm dropping Starlink way down to just 1 maintenance flight because the constellation is close to full deployment, and we've got some more important things to do this year. 35 more customer flights.
Yeah, all those, yeah. Okay.
This year, basically the only flights on Falcon are Dragon missions to the ISS if that's not yet decommissioned. Now, Starship is doing full Artemis missions. I'm gonna say NASA is...
But why, again, it's... Again, one of the reasons you can complain about all you want, the having dual launch and multiple launch architecture is if we lose a launch vehicle, we have another one. That's the reason we had two crew capsules. Yeah, that costs more. It means that cost per astronaut is going to increase because, yep, you're going to have two launch vehicles instead of one. One will always be cheaper, but if Falcon 9 blows up or Crew Dragon or hits a bridge, you have another launch vehicle and capsule at the ready. "Quote unquote." We learned our mistake from from the shuttle. Some of them, at least.
Is using other landing systems alongside Starship, so SpaceX is only asked to do a modest 2 landings each year, so 20 Artemis flights. And we have a Mars window this year in Q1. Ooh. At this point, SpaceX has landed on Mars and had years to prepare for this window, making some cash off Starlink in the meantime. NASA will definitely be involved at this stage. This is going to be a big push from SpaceX here to prepare Mars for the first wave of colonists. So I put 8 ships fully decked out with 100 tons.
And how much Mars equipment has been developed? None that we know of. So it's just awful and annoying.
Between NASA, SpaceX, and their partners, totaling 64 launches. The goal here is to build some infrastructure and, most importantly, test a return flight of Starship from Mars to Earth. I don't think NASA or SpaceX would send humans to Mars without first having demonstrated the ability to get them back to Earth safely. Some of these 64 launches would have happened in late 2028, but it's just easier to lump them all into this year, giving us around 120 flights, or a launch every 3 days.
That's just...
As we move to 2030, SpaceX finishes off Starlink deployment with 69 launches. Nice. And the ISS is decommissioned, as is Falcon 9. Truly the end of some eras. But Starship and other large rockets will be putting up some different stations, probably, and if we're really lucky, bringing the ISS back down to Earth so we can see it here. So let's add the usual 35
Here's the problem with bringing down the ISS. One, Russia wants their half. I don't know why they want that. You can remember, I think it's the Zvezda module? That thing's like 40 years old. Don't bring it down. Throw it in the ocean. Sorry I'm twisting my hair, I'm just tired. Oh yeah, they haven't, I think they make a PEZ launcher for Starlink. Oh, Mars sample return. I'm looking forward to that one. That one's cool.
And 2 Artemis landings to bring us to 124 launches. Finally, we've reached the end of my 10-year manifest with the year 2031. Starlink 2.0 has deployed all 30,000 satellites, so just a flight or 2 replacing dead ones is needed. Again, we'll put 35 customer launches and 2 Artemis landings, and finally, we have another early Mars window. Assuming things have gone well so far, we could see the first people going to Mars in this window. So I'm going to say 12 ships are sent on this important journey, requiring 96 flights, bringing the 2031 total to just over 150 launches. Whew, we're done. I know that took a while, but hopefully taking the time to watch the progression from testing to over 100 flights per year made it all seem a little more achievable. I mean, look at our totals. 747 total launches, 10...
No? Lightning? Okay.
10 attempted moon landings, and 24 attempted Mars landings. If I just blurted these numbers out without going through it all, you probably would have rightly turned off the video thinking I'm crazy. Now,
Oh no, I listened to you. You're not crazy, you're delusional. There's difference.
150 launches is quite a lot, but remember, this manifest is presupposing that Starship basically works as intended.
Which it won't.
And yes, I do think this manifest is rather conservative.
Oh god! Oh, come on! Come on! I admitted I was conservative with my estimates, but my god. Just come on. You don't know what conservatism means. Okay, I'm a spaceflight conservative, and this is a joke, just so we're clear. Everyone should have a space gun. The only way to stop a good guy with a bad guy with a space gun is a good guy with a space gun. We should not abort any launches, okay? Don't abort launches. What else? No regulations from the FAA. Pollute the sky, who cares? So, it's insane. I'm gonna tweet about this video tomorrow, by the way.
With this list, I'm saying that Starship won't expand the launch market at all. Not even a little bit, which I find unlikely. Even 10 years out, I'm only giving it 35 customer payloads per year.
Yeah, because it's eating up the whole market. My number was 8. Mine was 8. Was it 8 or 10? I can't remember now. I haven't watched that. Look, I haven't watched Criticizing Starship Part 3 since I made the final pass through. Back in December. I have not watched that video. I looked at the comments day 1, 4 hours after I uploaded it, and ran. Okay? I run. On something like that, everyone's just mad. So, yeah, it's...
Just to show how pessimistic this is, SpaceX has 38 payloads scheduled on Falcon next year alone.
Really? They do? And I know they hit their. I think they broke their record just like this week. How many SpaceX? How many Starlink? Because I think they've done. So Starlink launches, cool. Thank you. You know what's funny? The Wikipedia for SpaceX stuff is the most almost encyclopedically maintained. Okay, Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy launches. Okay, so let's see. I'm looking at Wikipedia. I can't see the comments, so. Oh my God! Just give me a list. Where's the list? This is so boring. Stop! No, give me stop! God, this is hagiac. Wait. Okay, so it's 2022. Okay, Starlink. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait. Okay, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, this hasn't been maintained. What? Okay, this is awful. This has not been updated. This is okay. Don't give me okay launches. The last launch is. So next launch is in 2 days. Okay, that's nice. Okay. Okay, yeah. First of all, my planned rocket is not. Who's the Mars guy? Who's the Mars guy? Tell me who he is. Is he just Mars guy? Okay, I'm just gonna get back to this. We have 4 minutes left, and most of it's gonna be outro.
Alone, and that doesn't even include Starlink. This list also excludes any possibility of point-to-point flights. So yeah, if Starship achieves a very rapid turnaround time, and the market does expand a little bit, the numbers could get even more outrageous. So basically, what I'm saying is, I see Starship working about this well, or even better. Anything much less than this, I would just consider a failure of the Starship project.
Oh, you're gonna be sad. Oh man, you're gonna be one of the saddest people when this comes around. This is sad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Kent. I know you have the 4th at the end of your name, but I'm sorry. It's not gonna be fun. I know, isn't he live in Georgia? I'm not gonna stalk. I want to stalk him, but don't cry too hard when Starship doesn't get you a girlfriend or whatever you think this is gonna do. This is, you know, when I'm working for my my rocket, which what's I'm gonna try to estimate like a launch a month at ideal, but yeah, again, this Kent, I beg of you, don't cry too hard when this doesn't live up to expectations. And then you know what's fun? I'm not even gonna say I told you so. So, you know, I think I'm pretty nice that way. There are people who will scream, I told you so. I'm not gonna do that because well, CSS does have some spicy things to say about trans people, so I wouldn't, you know. I know they used to retweet James Lindsay, and he's a weirdo. So okay, we're almost done with this.
Which is a scenario we'll be analyzing in a future episode.
We are?
So to answer the question, is there demand for Starship? Yes, there's plenty of demand. The only
if you make up no
potential problem I see here is that a big portion of the demand is from SpaceX themselves. Starlink and Mars flights make up close to 60% of all of these flights. But even this isn't a huge concern in my opinion. Starlink isn't just an expense, it's also an investment, and the plan is for that to net profit for SpaceX, so the cost of these launches should be canceled by Starlink revenue.
It might be, idealistically, Starlink might be able to amortize a bit, but it's not going to, it's not going to be, again, remember what we heard about iridium? It's, you know... Well, yes, educated by YouTube. You know what I've learned on YouTube? I've learned lots of really interesting things. Turn the friggin' frogs gay! Stuff like that, you know. Turn the friggin' frogs gay, Earth is flat. All the people I don't like are lizards and trans for whatever reason. And in a bad way, obviously, because, you know. Oh, God, yeah, Matt Walsh. My God, I don't want to get political because I don't want to be a political channel, but my God, Matt Walsh is one of the stupidest people to walk the face of the earth. The only reason he has a job is because Ben Shapiro needed someone who sounded stupider than him. Okay? Ben Shapiro's not that bright either with his opinions, but Matt Walsh is infinitely less intelligent. Let's finish this video.
And actually make SpaceX money. So that makes Mars the biggest...
You want my hot take is that SpaceX is making money off their launches, but they're burning all of that money and more in Starship and Starlink. So...
It's cost, which is kind of the point. SpaceX and Starship were created for this purpose. This is the reason SpaceX isn't a publicly traded company.
Yeah, because they're not publicly traded because the company would fail, like Astro will.
SpaceX will likely spend as much money on Mars colonization as they think they can get away with.
Ooh, yeah, that's, yeah. But the problem is even private investors will want to say, hey, we want to make money on this at some point within my lifetime. That's one of the reasons why I think this idea of rich people trying to colonize space for the betterment of mankind is not going to happen. Because, sure, these guys will talk all they want about the future. I'm trying to sound like, what's that actor's name? Huston in Chinatown. Great movie, bad director. But, right, they can care all they want about the future, but that future has to imply that they'll be alive to see it. Right? That's why Musk keeps talking about, like, Mars colonization, because he realizes that, you know, at 70, he can't do it. He's got, right, and Musk is 50. He knows that he can't go to Mars within his lifetime, and it's freaking him out. Right? He knows he's going to die, and he's afraid of it. That's why Bezos is investing in, like, I think he's like life extension technologies and things like that, because he knows that all this money means absolutely nothing. I'm going to talk about this in Problem with ProSpace. December 2023, if I don't get hit by a Chinese rocket stage, I don't know.
And Elon, a man with a lot of money, will also be spending a lot on this project. But even some of this cost will likely be shared because NASA wants to get astronauts and all sorts of other stuff to Mars and will
safely, with a coherent plan.
Pay SpaceX very well to take them there. NASA isn't going to sit on the sidelines while SpaceX sends waves of 100-ton landers to Mars, and SpaceX will benefit greatly from their partnership. As always, let's close out with my final thoughts. I think Falcon Heavy may actually be behind some of the concern for demand we've seen for Starship. We know that for a big reusable rocket like Starship to financially work, it needs to launch a lot. And then we think of Falcon Heavy. It isn't even as big as Starship, and it doesn't get a ton of launches. But there's an important difference. Falcon Heavy was meant to be a more expensive, more capable addition.
Okay, but again, you're using expensive, but again, you love dollars per kilogram, but now you hate it. Oh my God, this is annoying.
The Falcon family.
Starship, that's why Musk has so many children. He's going to harvest their adrenochrome.
Was meant to replace the Falcon family, to be cheaper than the Falcon 9 to fly.
Prex X, again, I don't think it'll ever get below 100 million, but...
Falcon Heavy was cheaper than Falcon 9, you would see it launching all the missions Falcon 9 has. Between the current market, 30,000 Starlink satellites, and having to refuel for every Moon and Mars mission, I think Starship has enough launches on its plate.
It's 14. Again, it's 14. It's, again, from what I've heard, 14 is the best, is so far the only what they're aiming for. And I don't think they can hit it, but whatever.
To reach a cadence faster than once per week. Any extra demand that arrives in the market is just a cherry on top. And remember, Starship isn't going to reach a fast cadence overnight. So SpaceX has time to build out demand for Starlink, build out demand for Moon and Mars missions, and for the market to grow. Thanks so much for watching the video and for your patience with me getting it out. The next video is going to be a break from the Starship series before we move on to episode 2. Thanks again to Surfshark for sponsoring this episode, and check out that link in the description. That's it for this episode. Please like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Well, that was something. Oh no, we're not gonna cover this. It's too late. I need to go to bed. It's past my. I'm driving to Texas on Monday. I gotta get like sleep. All right, folks. So I'm gonna move this out so you can look at the lovely, lovely space shuttles. I'm gonna close out this guy. I'm gonna make a face big. I'm just gonna drag this. Oh my gosh, it's me! Ah! Okay. I'm gonna move. There we go. Look at this. Look at that. Oh jeez. Okay, folks. My big old face. Oh, we're gonna. You see, you can see my eye going up. That's funny. All right, folks. We'll talk about him next time. Next time. I don't know when we'll do the next live stream. Let's see. What's my schedule coming up? Okay, so August 20th will be a response to this video. If you want to watch it, don't. I'll respond to this guy. You're not seeing it because I hid my. Okay. Ah! Help me! Help me! Okay, none of you have seen the original The Fly. So this is the first. This is coming August 20th. That's the next video, and then we'll do a Know Your Rocket probably end of August, early September. I'm gonna make myself big again. Whee! Ignore the stuff on the back. That's not useful. Let's see what else. And then, so when we do Know Your Rocket, it's going to be, what is that? Oh, it's going to be the E-Prime Eagle family because people voted on that. The hard one to do, instead of the easy, simple, pressure-fed system that I could get done in 10 minutes. Then I'm going to do Can You DIY Mercury Atlas for late September, early October. I might want to squeeze another video in November, but Designing a Better O-Track will take precedence. I'll probably do a few more Know Your Rockets. So the next Know Your Rockets are going to be E-Prime, Pac Astro, Kistler, and then the Beal BA2. That's going to be in January. So that's kind of the next, that's the goal. I have plans for next year because everything I was going to do this year just got pushed to next year. Thanks, hard drive. What else? Well, it's 12:12, so maybe at 12:30 we'll end it. By 12:30 if we're not all, sleeping. I've been okay, so when I lost my air conditioning, it got to like 92 degrees Fahrenheit in here, and I couldn't sleep. It was horrible. I fell asleep at work. I've only seen one part of that one. I think I saw the end or the end of the sequel because it was on like Turner Classic Movies when I was like 8. So I was like, oh, I'll watch this. So you have to do actual research on the next Know Your Rocket. Yes, I have to do. I always do research on my next Know Your Rocket. But it's harder because I have to do, because it's 9 rockets. Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up in Blender. Because I rendered them all. Come on, Blender, live. I'll minimize myself again. Yeah, I always do, okay, what is TRW action? No. Let me open recent files. Open up this guy. Yes. Thanks, Randy. Yeah, I'm going to try to get more done. It's just... Open recent? Oh, there we go. Eagle family. Here we go. That's one of them. Okay, here we go. So that's one of them. Oh, I'll get rid of the fair use TRW. Let's see. So we got eaglets, Eagle S1, Eagle S2, Eagle S3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Got these guys to make. Okay, rendering 9 rockets is really easy when they're all the same parts. That could be the cause of the CEA performance. I don't know if it has I think I selected Frozen in CEA. Because I know for using UDMH, it's a lot closer between CPRO, but I think it's just by, yeah. So this is the next Know Your Rocket. These are the next rockets you're gonna know. They're made of Peacekeeper parts. Look at them, aren't they cute? You just want to give them a big hug. Then I got the Pack Astro, which was, oops. No, oh, I gotta save. Right, they got, where's Pack Astro? Ah, crap. Oh, I also made this up for fun. Oh, it's aerodynamics. So then I built this for a Know Your Rocket like 2 years away. I built SRBX. So that's fun. Where's the Pack Astro? Is that recent? No. God dang it. Oh, okay, open. There we go, Pack Astro. When I do my calculations on RPA, I freeze the pressure ratio 69:1. Nice. Shifting the calculations, a reference chamber pressure of 1,000 psi. Yeah, isn't that what people do in others? So yeah, so here's the Pack Astro LV that I wanted to do because it's easier. I'm gonna do one on Liberty. The other one, yes, that's the plan. Well, there's actually two others. There's the Scorpius Space Liberty, and then there's the Liberty, which we all know as kind of the Ares 1 clone. When are we willing to help a few amateurs build a rocket? Okay, I'll be very clear. The last amateur rocket stuff I did was in 3rd grade. I want to do more of it, and I just don't know when, because I've got to finish my master's degree. I have a big boy job. I got this to do. I'll see what I can do. So yeah, so this is the Pack Astro, and this is Percheron and Liberty 2. And you can see I actually made a flaw in it. I didn't realize this. If you look here at this part, I didn't do all the way the stringers all the way down, which is funny, but. Yeah, so that's what I've been. Yeah, this is what I do it late at night when I can't to make myself can't sleep. This is what I do when I listen to what are they called? Well, there's your problem. So that's fun. So that's the next 2 Know Your Rockets. Wee it should be deeper though. So it's there we go. I'm an adult who's tired. How far behind are you? Have them do a test article? The problem with my better O-Trag is that the tanks are 0.5 millimeter thick, which means they would implode. So, whoops. We getting a Musk update there? Nope, I'm done talking about him. I will only give reference to Musk, but the problem is, dealing with the fans is just so annoying to have people just scream at you constantly. I just don't like it. It's the reason I'm not going to really talk about Starship ever again, really, except maybe in live streams. It's just because I've said my piece, and I'm just sick of people screaming at me because I'm crushing their hopes and dreams. I'll still talk about Musk, though, because, again, the stuff about the horse and the whatever is just, You or your team will email. Okay. No. Shuttles. Braun's cool. It's just I don't need images of it. I know there's someone who posts them on Twitter, which is really cool. Balloon tanks. It means that So here's a good example. Here's this pop can, right? Right now it's empty. So its gauge pressure is 0. It's 0.5 millimeter thick, and I can squish it, right? When it's full, it's actually pressurized a little bit, which means you can stand on it unless you're really fat. So the problem is, now imagine this about 11 inches across, so about, this, and where am I? 24 meters tall, right? It's gonna buckle under its own weight. Oh, Well, actually, I did examine wider units. Make the jokes here. I didn't. The funny thing is, I did not look at my tank wall thicknesses until I wrote the little draft study. I went, oh wait, how thin is that? Oh no! It's gonna be. I'm gonna have to fix this. Oh jeez. Yeah, they ended up being balloon tanks, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have to fix that somehow. Maybe I can make them into animals, you know? Yeah, so again, sorry for the not putting anything out this year. It's just, you know. Well, luckily, my design does not have hypergalls in it. So, that's good. Yeah, well, my example is hypergallic, but that's just because I wanted to use propellant that people know about. So. You can hear the chair squeaking, can't you? PVC O-Trag. That'd shatter too easily, I don't think. The problem with doing stringers then is, again, you're talking about tanks that are, you know, this wide. It just eats up its usefulness. I'm not making O-Trag a hybrid, if that's what you're thinking, Randy. No hybrids. No O-Trag hybrids. Yeah, Atlas worked because it wasn't 64 balloon tanks strapped together. It was 2. So. The other thing to talk about Musk is I don't want to be the guy who incessantly talks about him and Starship. Even though my most popular videos do talk about Musk and Starship. So. Again, balloon tanks are possible with O-Trag. It's just, well, O-Trag's gonna consume itself some other ways. My eye is going up if you're not looking. My right eye is just up. It does that. My gosh. These are the best type of rocket tanks. Ones that don't leak. Well, again, I was trying to aim for just classic cylindrical pressure vessels. It's just using Maraging 250, 250,000 psi, small radius, you know, low safety factor. It's going to be thin. I was curious to see if all those nested tanks running something like propane, oxygen pressure fed. You're talking about nested tanks. Are you referring to like concentric tanks? I know Orbex is doing that. Europa redesign when? Honestly, Europa was fine. It's just the electronics were crap, and it just couldn't meet the demand that was meant for it. The Europa redesign is just Ariane 1, which is Ariane was one of the more successful commercial launchers, especially because the shuttle couldn't live up to expectations. How many people are watching? 25. Neat. Yeah, I know, and O-Trag actually did do that for their final units, but... I think dimethyl ether was on my list. Let's see. So the free version of RP, I can't add resources, but I have what is listed as ERFNA. See, I used because the problem with using ERFNA is that the inhibitor is hydrofluoric acid, which increases performance but makes your exhaust plume unbreathable. So. Oh wait, no, I don't think I include dimethyl ether. Wait, let me pull up the old list. I have it with me. O-Trag 1. 2.2 has all the old propellants. Did I have dimethyl ether? No, I had diethyl phthalate. I don't know what that is. Oh yeah, because it melts at 25 degrees Fahrenheit. Or dimethyl acetamide? Yeah. It's the only dimethyls I have. No diborane, it's too poisonous. Could you make the Otreg one thicker unit rather than lots? I did do that, actually. So the baseline design I'm using for my better Otreg, which I've actually rendered. Let me pull her up. Not old PFA renders. Blender things, better Otreg. So one of them I did... Okay, let me shrink myself, so... So this right here is a white fuming... Wait, that's white fuming... Oh, this is an example I give. This is white fuming nitric acid and ethanol, Otreg. So... It's really neat. It can be made from syngas, methanol, I think, as a research project. Hydrogen CO2? Ooh, that's cool. I might examine that. I do like diesel. Yes, this is nitric acid and ethanol. It was done wrong because my calculator was wrong. So, let's see, what is it? So that's the original one. So here's one. So this is a hydrogen peroxide unsymmetrical dimethylhydrazine Otreg. That works. It's made of marine 250, and its tanks are 0.5 millimeter thick. So, but yeah, so instead, so you can see, I've cut the engine count by 1/4. So this used to be, so the 4-ton version was 256 units, and this is now 64. I lose some of my ultra modularity, but I get better engine performance. So that's how better Otreg kind of works. Whee! I think I can find a PDF of Ignition online. I just gotta learn how to read. I've been rereading Earth Abides, and I'm gonna do my annual reread of Voyage by Stephen Baxter. So, also Ignition is a bit out of date. I'll say that. There's again, like peroxide was used by the British. Beale Aerospace used it. So, I think you're talking about hydroperoxide. I don't know. I don't remember. My brain's turned to mush. Oh, I'm streaming. Spreadsheets. 5 hours. My God, this is the longest one yet. I'm like one tank. Oh, inline tankage. So instead of it being I did that actually. You can kind of see. Oh wait, I move myself. If you look really closely at this image, it's the 3 tank designs I looked at. Otreg, the actual Otreg quad actually worked best. So this is the longest stream I've done. My gosh. Oh wow. Yeah, we're getting close to what I should consider closing time, because I've got to. Okay, I'm probably gonna be up till 2 because I'm just, you know. Neat. I don't look at ammonia for Otreg because you'd have to do special conditioning to it to keep it liquid in the tanks. So I looked at storables. I actually examined a few. I examined propane. It just, pressurization didn't work as well as I wanted it to. So you will hear almost all of my Otreg stuff on December 23rd. That video is going to be long. Yeah, it was molten lithium, cryogenic fluorine, and cryogenic hydrogen. Specific impulse sea level, 542 seconds. But, you know, that's, you can't be within, 10 miles of that thing. Ugh. My leg itches. I'm just tired. Yeah. Oh, man. This Hank Hill would be proud. I looked at diesel. I looked at diesel oil specifically because that's what I looked at hexane and isooctane. They're too expensive. They perform really well. They're I think they're the best fuels I looked at. The problem is they were way more expensive. You'll hear all about this in Designing a Better Otrag out December 23rd, hopefully. No, you can't tell me what to do, Randy. We're just stream for 24 hours. 24 hours now. I don't have to do stuff tomorrow. All right, folks. Any final things you want to... Any final questions that aren't technical or too technical? I told you my schedule. I've revealed secrets about myself. What? I looked at methane. It's just, again, problem with methane is you got to keep it cold to work, and it's just, I looked at storables, more storable propellants. Don't worry, I got one. It's great. All right, so it's 12:30. Discord server. How do you make a Discord server? I don't know how to do that. I really don't know how to do that. Good night, Face of Sarcasm. I'm going to punch you in the face on... When am I getting over to you? The 10th? I'm going to punch you in the face on the 10th. I'll give you a big kiss afterward. Where can I get cracked RPA? You know what's funny is I'm an Otrag fan, but what should we include? Well, a big kiss for one. Okay, so where you can get cracked RPA? I have no idea. I use CProPep. I'm not the biggest Otrag fanboy. I'm a big dumb booster guy, but I'm not Otrag. Otrag's not that practical. What should we email to? Tell me what you're doing. What you want me to do. Good night, some random person I don't know. Good night, Randy. Good night, John Boy. Good night, Gilligan. Night, Skipper. Night, Marianne. Oh, I'm going to transition out. I have these. So good night, everyone. We'll do this. Look at that. Isn't that fancy? Oh, you're not going to see it. How far behind is this? All right. Well, I'm going to end the stream. Good night. Later. Good night. For the Otrags, I've got plenty of people who volunteered for that. Just email me and tell me what you want to do. So, look at that.